Good morning. I will call the April 21st, 2023 meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Budget Workshops for fiscal 2023-24 to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino. And Chair Williams.
Here. At this time, please stand and join me in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to the agenda?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. I would like to note for those that intend to address the board, there will be an opportunity for public comment at the conclusion of each functional group and special issue presentation. If you are registering to provide verbal public comment through Zoom, please note which functional group you would like to speak on in your online registration. General public comment for items not on today's agenda will be at the conclusion of today's budget workshop schedule. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements this morning.
That brings us to the third day of budget workshops. I will now turn it over to CEO Mona Miyasada.
Thank you, Chair Williams, and we're going to start this next section on policy and executive with the overview, and these are the last functional group of departments with Stephen Yu.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. As noted in the intro slide, the Policy and Executive Functional Group consists of County Council, County Executive Office, the Board of Supervisors, and General County Programs. This functional group receives 30% of the county's general fund contribution at $108 million, in large part due to the General County Programs Department, which receives GFC for a wide variety of programs and policies, including cannabis revenues, 18% maintenance funding, and Northern Branch Jail operations funding. Before these are transferred out to departments. The functional group also makes up 6% of countywide operating expenditures and just 2% of the county's FTEs at 108. In this diagram, we illustrate the flow of operating revenue and GFC to the functional group departments. In total, the functional group receives $200 million in funding, $108 million of which comes from GFC, and $92 million is operating revenue. Of the $200 million, General County Programs comprises the largest share at 47%, or almost $94 million, $86 million of which is GFC, which again is transferred out to departments to fund board-approved policies and programs. The County Executive Office receives about 46% of the functional group total, or $92 million, about $84 million of which is risk fund revenue that gets collected from all departments for insurance payments, and ARPA funds that are received in CEO but gets passed through as transfers out to departments. In operating revenue and GFC trends, you'll notice that CEO, risk fund, and ARPA are driving revenue. General County Programs GFC allocation is driven by the programs and policies mentioned previously. Expenditures in Board of Supervisors and Council mostly mirror revenues. CEO expenditures show lower than the sources on the previous slide, largely due to ARPA-related transfers made to departments that are not considered an operating expenditure. Similarly, General County Programs also shows lower than the sources on the previous slide as they transfer fund balances to other departments. Again, these transfers are not considered operating expenditures. And finally, the FTE trend shows relatively flat in Board of Supervisors and Council, while the CEO's office has had increases over the 5-year period that includes positions to staff the cannabis program, a compliance and accountability officer, an emergency preparedness outreach coordinator, and positions to support the CEO department reorg, to name a few, in addition to the reduction of some positions, such as 6 Office of Emergency Management positions being transferred to fire in fiscal year 23-24. CEO Miyasada will be discussing FTE further as part of the CEO department presentation. And that concludes the overview for the Policy and Executive Functional Group.
Any questions from the board? Then we will go on to County Council.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. I'm Rachel Van Mollem, County Council. Last year, I talked about how no one's really ever heard of County Council, and they don't know what we do. Not much has changed on that front. So for the benefit of the public today, I'm going to talk a little bit about what our office does. We are the county's in-house counsel. We're an internal law firm, and our clients are your board, the CEO, all of the county officers and departments you've heard from this week, and special districts. We divide our work into two categories. We support county departments by advising on legal requirements so that they can provide programs and services to the community, and we protect the county treasury by litigating. Your county council team has had a great year, juggling a lot of competing priorities. That included continuing to litigate our large, time-intensive cases, our COVID backlog of cases, and preparing for 11 upcoming civil jury trials. We also continued to litigate our ongoing portfolios, such as child welfare, probate, conservatorships, and assessment appeals. We did all of this while also advising your board, the CEO, all the county departments, and special districts on major programs and projects, and working on process improvements within our office. Our operating budget is $12,404,200, which is approximately $10.6 million of that is general fund. And you're going to see this information displayed in a few different ways over the next few slides. All of our funds is used for legal services, and our staffing is 45 employees, which includes 32 attorneys, and our legal office professionals, and our business manager. I'm going to break that staffing down a bit further. So we support the county departments, and this includes through reviewing and advising on hundreds of contracts and grants, resolutions and ordinances, assisting on real property transactions, land use permitting and enforcement, and capital projects. The majority of items that come to your board on a weekly basis go through our office for review. Many of our attorneys litigate full-time, and this litigation protects the county treasury. Sometimes we bring in revenue, such as our 3 attorneys and legal office professionals that litigate assessment appeals and bring in property tax dollars. And sometimes we protect the county from having to pay out funds that is not warranted, such as our office prevailing in a federal jury trial this year, where the plaintiffs sought millions of dollars in damages. Instead of having to pay millions of dollars in damages, they had to pay some of our litigation costs. We have approximately 5 attorneys and 3 legal office professionals that litigate about 45 cases ongoing. We resolve cases and then new cases come in. These are personal injury, civil rights, employment litigation, and property rights. These cases are time intensive, involve a lot of discovery, and tend to last for years. Last year, our office resolved 27 of these types of cases with 56% with no county payout. We also have 4 attorneys and 2 legal office professionals that support social services. They litigate an average of 600 dependency cases annually, and each of those cases represents a child that social services is helping. While many of our attorneys litigate full-time, some of our attorneys litigate and also advise departments. For instance, we have an attorney that advises the public guardian and the agricultural commissioner, and also litigates gun violence restraining orders and restraint motions for the sheriff's department. We have an attorney that advises on financial items, advises community services department on libraries and arts commission, and advises Laguna Sanitation, and also litigates assessment appeals. And we have an attorney that litigates water law and federal land use cases, advises planning and development and the Planning Commission and the Agricultural Preserve Advisory Committee, and is also part of our Emergency Operations Center team during emergencies. All of our attorneys and legal office professionals need to be an expert in more than one area of law and have to be flexible as our county priorities change. Over the next few slides, you're going to see our goals and some of our how we met all of our renew goals and performance measures, and there's a lot of overlap in the material there. We've had more than 30% of our staff attend Innovate SBC. We retained 98% of our staff over the last 3 years. We've completed stay interviews of all of our staff and continue to do that annually. And we've met with the CEO and department heads to get feedback and to begin implementing that feedback, which you're going to see in a minute with our expansion request. We've increased our training of county departments so that we can be even more proactive. We're implementing our case management system, and we've been working with KPMG as they finalize their report, and we have completed or are in progress of implementing their recommendations. We have no service level reductions, and we have one expansion request. Our expansion request is for one deputy county counsel for $210,000. This is for advisory legal support for all the county departments and 2 special districts on labor relations, employee relations, benefits, disability, leaves of absence, and civil service. When I've been meeting with department heads, the repeated request is for more support on personnel-related issues. So this expansion would be responsive to those requests and also would help us implement our KPMG recommendation of more external trainings. You've heard a lot of expansion requests this week, a lot of good ones. And I completely understand that funding is limited and that this may not be the most satisfying way to spend those funds. But outside counsel costs have gone up substantially. The low end is now $500 to $700 an hour. So this would be keeping this in-house would be a substantial savings for the county. It's really about problem prevention and avoiding future liability, which overall saves the county money in the long run. Before I conclude, I just want to thank the whole county council team and my management team who's here with me, as well as CEO Miyasato, Assistant CEO Nancy Anderson, Budget Director Paul Clemente, and our analyst Wesley Welch for all their help throughout the year and through this budget process. For my quote, I picked a song. And this song reflects how I feel and how we feel about our client departments and officers and our special districts, as well as our staff. If you got a problem, I got a problem too. And it's a song by Joy Olodokun, and I'm going to paraphrase the chorus. If you got a problem, I got a problem too. If you're standing at the bottom, I'll reach out for you. If you need someone to lean on, I can be strong. I will carry you through. Because if you got a problem, I got a problem too. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I can't think of a better quote for a team of attorneys. Oh my God. I mean, I feel so validated in my life, you know. Questions from the board?
How do you not grant,
Yes.
if you got a problem, we got a problem too. That's the way we look at it, you know?
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank County Council and the entire team. You've really helped me get up to speed on so many different policies, and just I've been pretty much overwhelmed by the breadth of the work that you do here. I've been in other organizations where the council is sort of called in when there's just litigation, but it's so much farther than that. And I'm just very impressed with your 98% retention rate. That's incredible these days, especially, and it's a testament to the leadership. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go on to Nancy Anderson.
So board members, this morning, Chief Assistant Nancy Anderson will be presenting the Board of Supervisors budget and as well as the CEO's budget. And you know, this is the last budget workshop for Wesley Welch. I keep saying that to maybe hope that that will go away, but unfortunately it's the case.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. I am pleased to provide a budget overview for the budget units related to the Board of Supervisors. And as CEO Miyasato indicated, I'm happy to I'll also acknowledge Business Manager Wes Welch for his work on this, and he is available to answer any questions as well. So some of the key challenges and emerging issues the board offices are addressing include long-term financial stability of the county while balancing priorities and mandated requirements, support and work towards a more inclusive and equitable future for the county, support and work towards resiliency of the county's water supply, drought conditions, and changing climate impacts, and the severe lack of affordable and workforce housing in the county. The total operating budget for these offices is $4.1 million, and that is fully funded through the general fund contribution. There are 18.875 FTE positions authorized for these budget units. As indicated, the board offices are funded entirely by general fund contribution. This slide shows the funding distribution between district offices, and that has remained relatively flat. This slide shows the staffing level for the past 5 years. The staffing for next fiscal year is declining 0.75 FTE to 18.9 FTE. This is a result of a net of a deletion of one position after retirement and an increase of an existing position converting from part-time to full-time. This slide shows the board office budgets have remained relatively flat over the past 5 years with slight increases primarily for negotiated labor increases and insurance premium costs. Some of the anticipated accomplishments noted by board offices include continued work on long-term budgetary issues to promote fiscally sound and sustainable county, support and significant investment in homeless facilities and services and encampment cleanup, actively partnering with regional leaders to advance broadband capabilities and the development of a Santa Barbara broadband strategic plan, and support of increased investment to improve critical infrastructure, including streets, sidewalks, and lighting. Here are a few of the goals and objectives noted by board offices for next fiscal year, including the efficient and effective use of public resources and focus to maintain the long-term fiscal sustainability of the county, support and enhancement of economic vitality efforts in the county, including the continued participation in Vandenberg Space Force Base Master Plan MOU, and the completion of regional comprehensive economic development strategy for access to EDA grant funding. Development of proactive solutions with other partners to address homeless crisis, and the prioritization of infrastructure needs, including roads, drainage, and water storage to address growth and future storm events. There are no service level reductions within these budget units. And in summary, the board offices will continue to support and provide the quality public services to the people of Santa Barbara County. That concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Let's move on to the CEO's office.
Before Ms. Anderson begins the CEO's report, I just want to, first of all, take a moment and thank all our department directors. So this is my 9th budget I'm with the county. It seems hard to believe, right? When I knew Supervisor Nelson is just the chief of staff. So I'm saying this really to just remind everyone where we were, and we'll be talking about that in a little bit, but to thank your board. And when I greet new employees, and I said, what's the county's administrator, county executive office's job? And I said, my job is to make sure the Board of Supervisors and the county is successful. And that means a lot of different things. Ensuring mandates are enforced, making sure we're financially stable, making sure budget balances, all of that. But it's really because I really believe, and I say this, that our job in my office is to ensure representative democracy works, as expressed through your board and your policy decisions. But it doesn't work by us alone. It works with us working with all our departments, county council, your board offices, elected and appointed department directors. So I just want to thank your board and all our departments, because when I look back over the last 9 years, I think we've come a long way. And one of the things that I've tried to do with all the departments is build a culture that will continue that ethos, because the work that we do here today in this workshops, it's important. It's the balancing. We talk about numbers and cents and different funds and expansion requests, but the real work happens out there. The real work happens with our community, in our operations, and how we affect people's lives so that we can ensure people can live healthy, prosperous lives for everyone to be included. And so this is all important work as a foundation, as we know, but I always like to remind my own staff and the public, this is sort of the sausage making, but we never forget that the real impact and the real reason we're here is to set a policy document of funding, because the real work happens outside of here. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nancy Anderson.
Chair Williams and members of the board, this is a preliminary budget presentation for the County Executive Office. Our office is comprised of 2 budgetary programs. The first is county management, which includes executive management, clerk of the board, cannabis administration, legislative affairs, and economic vitality, communications, data governance and analytics, and the newly established compliance and accountability division. The second budget program is risk management. That includes the insurance programs for medical malpractice, workers' compensation, general liability, in addition to employee insurance programs such as unemployment and dental. Our office, similar to many of the others that you have heard from this week, are affected by some emerging issues and general key challenges that face the county. As noted here, we are currently working to develop long-term strategies and policies to maintain service levels and fiscal stability. We are thoughtfully looking at changing organizational structures and processes to proactively adapt to new circumstances. We are assessing the budgetary and operational impacts of several legislative and state changes. We are supporting the successful implementation of the county's new Workday Enterprise Resource Planning System, or ERP. And we are heavily focused on recruiting, retaining, and developing qualified staff and proactively advancing effective succession planning. This slide shows our budget summary with a total operating budget for both budget units of $65.8 million and a general fund contribution of $7.3 million. We have 44 authorized positions in our department. This slide shows the resources that support our functions. You will note that a significant amount, or 99% of these funds, are related to risk management insurance programs at $53.8 million, in addition to ARPA funds of $30 million that transfer through our budget. The other sources are general fund contribution of $7.3 million and minor, other funding from other transfers and some use of department fund balance. Here is a picture of our operating budget by the 2 programs, risk management at $53.2 million and county management at $9.9 million. Here's a staffing summary. This year incorporates several changes within our office, netting to a reduction of 4 positions from last year. We added 4 positions related to a reorg approved and initiated mid-year. It adds 1 position in risk management to assist with claims and redundancy. It includes the transfer of the IT director to the new IT department. It converts 1 equity outreach position funded through ARPA to contract for services. It deletes 1 data analyst position and transfers the corresponding ARPA funding to the DA for a data consultant. And it reflects the transition of the Office of Emergency Management to the fire department. Here's another view of our resources budgeted in our budget programs. As indicated previously, most of this relates to risk management insurance programs and ARPA passing through to other county departments. Our office has been very busy this year facilitating board priorities and carrying out the operational duties of multiple divisions within our office. I will just note a few of these on the next 2 slides and acknowledge our divisions teams and for all of their great work. This year, we had coordinated efforts for further homeless support to the North County through the Dignity Moves Hope Village project in Santa Maria. We worked with numerous partners to complete the first ever Santa Barbara Broadband Strategic Plan and started an internal working group with several departments to move that forward. We coordinated with the help of our new PIO, Kelsey Batita, we launched expanded communication efforts to share county information and spotlight our parks and open spaces. We successfully clerked the Board of the Supervisors meetings with new talent and profound teamwork by the clerk of the board staff. We improved accountability of department risk management, loss, and prevention efforts by creating scorecards and tracking related to policies and procedures to ensure they are in place. We have engaged a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant with ARPA funding to begin an assessment to develop recommendations for a comprehensive county DEI plan addressing department service and program gaps. And we established the Compliance and Accountability Division and have implemented the board's new policy for monitoring and reporting on audit findings and recommendations. However, our work is never done. These next two slides touch on some of the work we have planned for next year. We will continue to work on several critical initiatives and projects already in progress, including criminal justice initiatives and implementation of the Digital Evidence Management System, or DEMS, with our justice partners, implementation of the recommendations for the Broadband Strategic Plan, implementation of the Workday ERP system, and development of the county DEI plan. We also will be working on new projects, such as assisting the review and implementation of new ambulance services models, development of one-stop shop risk management hub, implementation of a full cost recovery fee structure for cannabis administration, and an Innovate SBC Black Belt Facilitators program. Issuance of a first compliance and accountability report, coordination of the development of new countywide goals and objectives, and finally, we intend to pursue the issuance of debt financing for critical capital project needs. Here are a few of our performance measures. The first is related to estimating general fund discretionary revenues, which includes cannabis. With the reduction of the estimate for 23-24 cannabis revenue and more typical growth on property taxes, we anticipate this to be within range next fiscal year. The second is a bilingual public communications and outreach issue. Our target is to increase this outreach in bilingual form by at least 10%, and we're making progress towards that. One of our goals is to enhance county efforts towards economic vitality, and by expanding the number of active, collaborative regional economic initiatives or partnerships that the county is engaging in. We started that a few years ago, initially with REACH and a few others. That has expanded to include broadband, the SEDS, micro-business grants through the Santa Barbara Foundation and others. So we're making progress there as well. The fourth performance measure is related to our new compliance and accountability function, and we seek to eventually, over time, eliminate repeat findings on post-audit reviews. Currently, from what we are seeing in our initial reviews of audits, we're running about 10%. That's rather high. So our goal over time is to get that to zero. We have been successfully able to retain 100% of the 6 positions that we've added over the past 5 years. These are 3 of several recommendations made by KPMG for our office. The first 2 related to a structured countywide strategic management process and measurement approach, and the Santa Barbara County Strategic Communication Plans are 2 things we plan to work on in the next fiscal year. And the third has been completed. This one is in part due to the CEO organization initiated earlier this year, in addition to reevaluating how we establish responsibilities under the CEOs and the rest of our structure. We have no service level reductions. And in summary, we look forward to continue to make progress on several multi-year projects and bring some to fruition. And we are ready to focus on new efforts as we adapt to our ever-changing environment and to support your board, the county departments, and our community. Our quote is by the late Maddie Stepanek, a renowned author and poet, and we believe it reflects well upon our office. Unity is strength. When there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can happen. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Lavanino.
Not a question, but observation, just, and I can't believe it's been 9 years, Mona, but yeah, it's a long time. But just kind of looking back on how far we've come and how nimble the CEO's office has been too with it. When you talk about what your job is, it would be a difficult job if, all 5 of us had the same priorities and we're moving in the same direction all the time, which obviously is hard to do for 5 different people. So it's almost an impossible task to try to navigate and get to an area that we can all agree on. And so just the amazing job you and your team do. It's kind of brings us back into focusing on what really matters, and that is the public. So in getting to a place. But I started thinking about what the significant shifts that we've made as a board and how you've been able to navigate that with just the entire shift, our thought process on homelessness and how we deal with that, and mental health and the commitment to sustainability all the time while you guys are juggling disaster recovery and all these other terrible things. So I know we tell you all the time, but one more time, we really appreciate you, and we think you're doing an amazing job, and your whole team. Really, really appreciate it.
I think it's obvious that he speaks for all of us on that one. Okay, let's go on to Paul for general county programs and fund balances.
Chair Williams and members of the board, this presentation is for the General County Programs Department, which includes support to other governments and organizations, general fund reserved and committed fund balances, and ancillary services. The purpose of General County Programs is to account for countywide types of activities that are not typically associated with a specific department's function. These are primarily support to other agencies such as LAFCO, debt service payments, and other board commitments or general administration and contracts, including the conflict defense contract and KPMG reviews. General County Programs also contain the key discretionary fund balance components for the general fund. Operating expenditures and debt service for this program in fiscal year 23-24 are $5.6 million. This includes $1.4 million in debt service payments and funding for the conflict defense, KPMG reviews, Innovate SBC, LAFCO, and other operating program costs. These costs are offset by approximately $4.9 million in general fund contribution, as well as minor operating revenues and release of some committed fund balance. This chart shows the department is funded primarily by general fund contribution and a minor operating source of federal subsidy. The large jump we see in GFC going towards operating expenditures is the conflict defense contract that was previously held in court special services and funded with general fund dollars there. That came over mid-year this current year and is now reflected in the recommended budget next year. The funding to General County Programs accomplished several key objectives in the current fiscal year, including the Northern Branch Jail operations funded in accordance with the plan, 18% maintenance funding being allocated, KPMG reviews for 4 departments completed, several trainings held to promote Innovate SBC, and funding related to key board priorities that was identified and managed through prudent policies. Next fiscal year, the objectives remain very similar. Including Northern Branch Jail funding, 18% maintenance funding, which is increasing to $15 million. The conflict defense contract, which I mentioned, has been moved back to the county from the courts. KPMG reviews for 4 departments, which are in process or being planned. Innovate SBC training, which continues with the goal of 30 employees going through the black belt training and a total of 150 going through the green belt training next year. And we will continue to manage funding board priorities, including critical capital and technology projects. No service level reductions in this department. In summary, we will continue to manage these countywide programs that provide assistance to all departments and ensure that the county's ongoing renew efforts and updated big picture goals are being supported, and funding will be managed consistent with board initiatives and county policy. And finally, this last slide shows the general fund key discretionary fund balance accounts that are held in general county programs. This does not encompass fund balances that are maintained within department budgets, as all departments also have their own balances for specific purposes. Most of these accounts are associated with a board-approved policy and are committed for specific purposes. Some of the accounts are used to receive general fund contribution and pass it through to other departments, such as the 18% maintenance, the roads baseline funding, facilities maintenance baseline, hazardous tree mitigation, and the jail operations account. For the cannabis fund specifically, all of the actual tax collections and allocations are accounted for through this fund. As indicated in Tuesday's overview, the estimated unadjusted balance at June 30 of this year, 2023, for these key general fund balances is anticipated to be about $130 million. Adjusted balances after allocations and earmarks in the upcoming fiscal year is about $72 million, of which $44 million is related to the strategic reserve and equates to 8% of general fund operating revenue. Some notable changes related to policy or fiscal planning as part of the preliminary budget are $3.3 million being added to the 18% maintenance plan, which increases that total to $15 million. $7 million being earmarked in advanced construction reserve to provide cash flow for high-cost bridge projects and other capital projects before reimbursements come back. $3.5 million added to the strategic reserve in accordance with policy to keep that at 8% of general fund operating revenues. $14 million shifted from other balances to the disaster recovery account and earmarked to assist with the 2023 storm recovery, as we discussed earlier this week. $7.5 million was added to the labor cost set-asides and program stabilization to be released with future cost increases in our 5-year forecast. And $2.6 million added to the Northern Branch Jail operating plan, with half of this coming from GFC and half of that coming from Prop 172. That concludes my walkthrough of this department.
Chair Williams, I have a question. Can I? Good. Mr. Clemente, speaking about disaster recovery, I know one of the huge priorities for this entire board, but definitely for Supervisor Lavanino, is getting the access to Guadalupe Beach restored. Is that covered there, or are we going to need some additional allocations to make that happen?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that would be the appropriate account to look for that funding first. The earmarks we have there are the $14 million discussed, and then there are other earmarks as well for prior disasters that haven't closed out yet that we're looking for FEMA reimbursements to finish out. And then we do have a policy to hold $3 million in there unallocated for potential other disaster costs, so that could be a source. I haven't heard any numbers or anything on that, but that would be the first account to look to, would be the disaster recovery.
Yeah, because I see by the end of 2024, we're not going to have any money in that account because we already have earmarked needs in 23, 24, and past earmarked needs there. So I'm just, does that earmarking include that need in Guadalupe, or do we need to further enhance that fund to make sure that that's taken care of, is the question that I have.
Right. So Supervisor Nelson, there is no specific earmark in there for the Guadalupe specifically.
So Supervisor, for the chair, I think the bottom line is we don't know. We're holding aside 14 million, and when you see a zero, it's because the line before that is a 21 million. That's 14 million is earmarked for the storms. And so as Public Works continues to work with FEMA, we'll be tracking that. And like Paul said, if that's the highest priority, we could fund that first. And we just don't know, given all the other damage. What I would suggest is as we go between now and either budget hearings or even the recommended budget, we will keep tabs with them and ask Public Works, what is it? What does it look like? And if we feel there's needs to be more added to that, we can certainly do that, or we could also certainly bring it back in hearings.
Okay.
But we understand, we hear that's a high priority.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Then we'll go to public comment. Is there any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on the policy and executive functional group.
And Mr. Clemente, let's go into cannabis revenue update.
I just want to say one thing before we leave this. Chair, if it's okay. Strategic reserve at 44 million. That's the full 8%. Just want folks to know in 2011, it was 1.1%. Okay, we had $9 million left in the strategic reserve of an $835 million budget, so things are good.
I love your historic perspective.
It's good to come from the bad times, you know.
Chair Williams and members of the board, the purpose of this special issue today on cannabis revenue is, as we've noted to your board in quarterly updates and earlier in these workshops, cannabis tax revenues have been declining from peak receipts in fiscal year 2021, coming in significantly under budget in both fiscal year 21-22 and in our current projections for fiscal year 22-23. Through this fiscal year, there have been enough cannabis fund balance. There's been enough fund balance and reserves in cannabis to cover the shortfalls, but with lower revenues estimated at $7.5 million in the upcoming fiscal year, there is not enough anticipated revenue and fund balance to cover all of the previously approved allocations from prior fiscal years. Anticipating a dip in revenue in preparation for last year's 22-23 budget development, your board adopted a policy in December of 21 directing that no new ongoing expenses outside of cannabis program costs should be funded from cannabis revenue. Furthermore, staff began looking at swapping out funding for some allocations unrelated to the cannabis program that had been funded with cannabis revenue. In last year's 22-23 budget, we swapped $1.1 million of public safety expenses from cannabis tax revenue to Proposition 172 revenue. This coming year, we are recommending a swap of $1.2 million in ongoing costs with remaining GFC and $5 million in one-time allocations from cannabis revenue to other general fund sources. If revenue estimates hold, this action will balance fiscal year 23-24 expenses, but an ongoing issue will remain and further swaps will be necessary in following years if cannabis tax revenues do not recover. Today, staff is requesting board approval to proceed with the recommended swaps for inclusion in the fiscal year 22-23 budget. Just a brief background, Chapter 50 regarding the licensing of cannabis operations was adopted by the board in May of 2018 and became operational in June after voters approved the general tax measure. Payments from operators on a quarterly basis were required to begin with the first quarter of fiscal year 2018-19. We'll see actual revenues by year on the next slide, but the cumulative total collected through our projected year end this year is $50.1 million. Revenues have been declining since fiscal year 2021 due to oversupply in the market and the drop in wholesale prices. This is a table that we showed you in March during our quarterly budget update with updated projections in the final 22-23 column. What we see is actual revenues escalating quickly up to $15.8 million in 2021 before dipping back down to a projected $6.7 million in current 22-23 fiscal year, while expenditures ramped up more slowly over the years. This led to the building of fund balance up to $15.7 million by the end of fiscal year 2021, which is now being depleted to cover the revenue shortfalls. Current estimates are that we will end this fiscal year with about $5.1 million in cannabis fund balance, which is up by about $500,000 from our quarter two estimates, which were about $4.6 million at that time. On this slide, we see all ongoing expenses in fiscal year 23-24 currently funded out of cannabis revenue, with $5.9 million in cannabis program costs and about $4.6 million in other costs not related to the cannabis program. This totals to about $10.5 million in ongoing allocations funded with cannabis revenue. The non-cannabis program expenses include 18% maintenance funding that was carved out during the years of growth, library operations funding, the annual equity set-aside, Mixteco translation services, 3 planner positions in long-range planning, a capital projects manager in general services, and an administrative professional in the elections division of clerk recorder assessor. All of these items will be funded in the 23-24 budget. Nothing is being cut, but to achieve that, we are recommending using the $1.2 million of remaining GFC to move libraries funding and long-range planning positions out of cannabis. For the one-time costs funded out of cannabis revenue, we have a total of $7.9 million. Many of these are projects that have been funded but not completed yet, or set-asides for future uses that have yet to materialize. Either way, once funding is allocated to a one-time use, we earmark that funding year after year to ensure it is still available when the costs do materialize. I won't walk through everything on this list, but we'll point out the biggest ticket items are the parks, trails, and open space set-asides in North and South County, and the City of Santa Maria Recreational Opportunity Match, which combine for $5 million and are the items we are recommending swapping for other general fund reserves. I'll get into the swaps more on the next slides, but we'll note that all the one-time and ongoing costs mentioned on both of these slides come to a total of $18.5 million. So this is our recommended approach to the ongoing expenses in fiscal year 23-24. We're projecting $7.5 million in ongoing tax revenue next fiscal year. And as I mentioned, we have about $10.5 million in ongoing costs between both the cannabis program and other non-cannabis program costs. This is a shortfall between ongoing revenue and ongoing costs of about $3 million. We only have about $1.2 million in available GFC left unallocated and are recommending that we use this to fund libraries and long-range planners to relieve some of the pressure on the ongoing tax revenue. This still leaves a difference of about $1.75 million, which would be balanced with some of the reserves that will carry over from the current fiscal year. Heading into fiscal year 24-25 next year, however, we would need to do further swaps with GFC to get this $1.7 million out of cannabis as well, if cannabis revenues do not recover to a sufficient level to cover all ongoing costs. And as mentioned at the start of this presentation, we did begin swapping revenue out in the 22-23 fiscal year with $1.1 million of Prop 172. This is our approach to the one-time expenses. As mentioned, prior year carryover is expected to be about $5.1 million, 1.7 of which will be needed to cover the remaining ongoing costs just discussed on the prior slide. This leaves about $3.4 million in fund balance to cover $7.9 million in one-time allocations. That's a $4.6 million shortfall. Our recommendation is to use $5 million in general fund one-time carryover to swap the parks, trails, and open space set-asides and the Santa Maria recreational set-aside. Moving these earmarks out of cannabis would leave a small cannabis reserve balance of about $400,000. This swap would not affect the available unallocated one-time balance of $2.1 million that we've been discussing with your board this week. These recommendations help balance the fiscal year 23-24 expenses and alleviate some but not all of the pressures on the ongoing tax revenue. Importantly, it is a way to keep prior funding commitments with no cuts needed in 23-24. $1.75 million in ongoing costs will still need to be swapped in 24-25 if cannabis revenues do not recover, and if revenues decline further or there's not enough GFC growth to cover ongoing allocations, cuts may be necessary in the future. The recommended $5 million swap of one-time expenses will help ensure previously funded one-time programs and projects remain funded. That concludes this presentation, and we are looking for your board's direction today on our recommendations for the funding swaps laid out here.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Just help me with the swap, especially on that $5 million from the trails and the Santa Maria recreational opportunity. So we're going to take, is it just a transfer or is it really a swap? Or do we have somewhere already in the, do we already have programs that are scheduled against those expenditures?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we have prior year carryover of other general fund discretionary revenues. This is in the emerging issues fund balance, and we will earmark $5 million there. So it's not transferring cannabis revenue or moving anything out. It's just unearmarking those amounts in the cannabis reserve and earmarking it in the emerging issues where there is $5 million.
So it's just a matter where the money's located, not necessarily that it's being programmed at this point?
That's correct. It's $5 million of otherwise unallocated,
Gotcha.
unprogrammed.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I support how you've laid this out, and I know CEO Miyasato was very prudent in how we should use the cannabis revenues, and we pushed maybe a little harder into more, and Supervisor Lavanino was very cautious. But some of us were pushing to use it for more ongoing expenses, and this is how you're dealing with our choice, and I think it's about as good as one could do, and really appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, and through the chair, and I do want to credit Supervisor Lavanino. We've been calling this the Lavanino rule in my office because, just to tell the public, your board made the switch to say we were only going to use cannabis for one-time things going forward. Was it last year or the year before? Last year, but these are the expenditures and things that were done prior to that we need to take care of now.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just want to also thank Supervisor Lavanino. This is a very prudent way of kind of course correcting and assures the public that these things that have been attached to cannabis funding aren't going away. They're just coming from a different slice of the pie. And so I'm very supportive of this change, this swap. Thanks.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have one request to speak on this special issue, and we are going to Zoom with Joe Armendariz. Joe?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members of the board, I'm Joe Armendariz. The author of the argument against Measure T. I was arguing back in 2018 not to tax the industry to the extent that it's being taxed today, and I think that the history of the industry's performance, I think, demonstrates a rather interesting story. I'm reminded of my political hero Jack Kemp, who used to love to quote Ronald Reagan. Sorry for the partisanship of my comments here, but Reagan used to say, if something moves, the left wants to tax it. If it keeps on moving, they want to regulate it. And if it stops moving, they want to subsidize it. And, that mentality became, I think, very apropos during the early days of the internet. And, there were advocates on the right, for lack of a better description, who were suggesting that we ought not, including Democrats, by the way. Senator Ron Wyden from Oregon was of the view that we ought not tax the internet. We shouldn't strangle the baby while it's in the carrot, the bassinet, and to give this new revolutionary technology an opportunity to get a strong footing. I would suggest to you that my comments back in 19 and 20 as it related to cannabis was, I think, frankly correct, which was size the tax so that all it does is generate enough for you to regulate the industry and to maintain enforcement. I think that was important because you have a very unique situation where this industry is competing with an illegal industry, and that continues to be true today. Indeed, it might even be worse. So I would propose that you do completely the opposite of what's being discussed here today, and that would be, brace yourself. This will be a surprising recommendation from me, and that is to impose a cannabis tax holiday. Frankly, I think to help the industry recover, to help the industry compete against the illegal market, you have to do something with the cost of operating. And I think the tax scheme that we have is the obvious issue here. So I would encourage you to do that, maybe even create incentives for companies that don't have to pay the tax for the next year to reinvest some of that in odor mitigation strategies. I think you could be creative about it. I'll leave it up to you guys to figure that out. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this special issue.
Any discussion? Then we'll go to revenue tax measures.
Thank you, Chair Williams and board members. Before we get into the presentation, I just want to say a few words and show a couple of slides that were added this morning or last night. And that is just to remind our public and your board has been very judicious about asking the voters to increase taxes. Could you not put that up yet? So I just want to remind everyone about that. We talked about the cannabis tax revenue measure, and we raised TOT since I've been here to make it equal to the other jurisdictions. But before we talk about potential tax measures, I also want to provide a bit of context about the county's discretionary revenue and to make the connections. As you know, a quarter of our budget is based on our operating budget is based on discretionary revenue. And your board has ultimate flexibility on how it's used and for what purpose. The other portions of our budget, 75%, are from state and federal resources or charges for services, and your board has oversight about how that is funded, how that funding is used rather, but not so much on what it's used for. And as you've heard this week, there are a lot of needs expressed by our departments and your board and the public for ongoing program expansions for very important projects and initiatives for which we would need more discretionary funding. Okay, if you could show that, please. So I just want to give an example about in the last 10 years, the county has made important commitments for allocating this discretionary revenue. And in this time, I just want to be clear, the county has expanded staff and programs in all areas really of the county, in almost all departments after the Great Recession. Maybe not back to the levels prior in all cases, as the sheriff will remind us, but we have made investments in all departments. But here was a specific dedication of revenue per board policy or actions. And that was for the Northern Branch Jail we've talked about, and this was necessary. After 2 failed sales tax measures, the county obtained a state grant to pay for the construction, but the ongoing operations of adding a second jail had to come from the county's discretionary revenue. And so what we're showing is just the additional costs that we see in next year's preliminary budget. Dedication of ongoing revenue is also needed for the fire district because we wanted to ensure a fire-safe community. And so property taxes were gradually shifted, and that's why we call it the fire tax shift, from the unincorporated areas and the tax rolls to the district, until the district's share of property tax increased from 12% on the tax bill to 17%. And that started in 2012, and so next year that's an additional $20 million. There's also been a dedication of ongoing deferred maintenance money, as the board had talked about on Wednesday, as a way to help prevent or help reduce growing deferred maintenance. And as we understand, we're falling short of reducing the backlog. But this policy was started to help us build that fund. And as you heard Mr. Clementi just say, that's an additional $15 million. And of course, there's also been our employee costs, salaries, pension-related costs. What we show here is just the increase from last year. But over the last 10 years, it's probably closer to $50 or $60 million. I have this on the slide just to remind ourselves that that is a big cost as well of our discretionary revenue. But it's difficult to estimate what specific additional amount has been due to just negotiated increases. There's other costs in here like insurance, pension, and other things that are beyond the board or the county's control for which you have no discretion. And it's to remind ourselves that these decisions on labor costs are not made by the county unilaterally. They must be negotiated by law with our employees. There is not complete discretion, but I wanted to acknowledge that. So in total, if you just look at next year's budget, there's over $66 million, next slide, to these discretionary uses that we've made commitments to. And to put this in context, this is the total amount combined, next slide, this is the total amount combined of general fund that we provide to public health, behavioral wellness, social services, the Ag Commissioner, P&D, Public Works, CST, and the Treasurer Tax Collector combined. Other comparisons is we have inpatient costs are 23.4, homeless operations, and co-response. So I'm just showing the context and the scale of it. Next slide. But I also want to emphasize that these were significant choices made at the time that I believe were all needed. We needed to do something to address the jail overcrowding in the South County Jail. We needed to improve our fire safety. We needed to start a deferred maintenance funding policy. We need to ensure our employees are treated well through negotiated contracts. But it's putting in context when I have department heads, especially new department heads or others, come to say, why don't we have more discretionary revenue coming to the county? I've said because we've made funding commitments that have taken up 17% of our total discretionary revenue. Next slide. This next slide provides a geographic view of our land uses and provides some further insight as to our discretionary revenue story. As you know, the largest source of our discretionary revenue is property taxes, which we do not largely control, but we enjoy the growth of those property taxes to fund ongoing programs and expansion of programs. We also rely on our TOT, our hotel tax, and sales tax, and most recently the cannabis tax revenue that we talked about. Property tax, sales tax, and TOT have covered core services and board priorities, as well as cannabis tax. And when you look at the county in this map, you see that over 95% of our land use is for agricultural use, which is the green, open space, or land that's owned by the federal or state government. And so it's hard to see on this chart, but the dark blue is owned by the state and the yellow is owned by the federal government. So there's very little urbanized area by comparison. And the orange area shows what is the urbanized unincorporated area, which is only 1.5%, and the city's urban areas, which is 2%, which is in the purple. And this urbanized area is where we have most of our housing and commercial activity from which sales tax or hotel taxes can be generated. That's why maximizing these uses within our urbanized areas has been so important and part of what we try to do as a county. The second map shows a little bit more detail. And these red areas, the circles, show where are areas that are zoned commercial in the unincorporated area. So it's hard to see on this map, but there's two kinds of gray. Some of the gray represents cities and some represents the county. But the small little red dots, that look like little splashes, and they're hard to see within these circles, are the land that we have zoned for commercial areas. And while the cities also have small urbanized areas, their areas of responsibility are much smaller. As you know, the county is responsible not just for what happens in our unincorporated areas, but also countywide programs such as the jail, the criminal justice system, county, urban, and rural roads, mental health, public health, social services. All the safety net services are largely covered by state and federal resources, but county discretionary revenue is still required for matching funds or sometimes to keep for program stability. Your board has consistently made efforts to ensure we are maximizing our revenue. And I heard last year and this year about requesting more auditing of our TOT and our cannabis revenue, for example. And you're always looking to ways that we can ensure that we are being effective and efficient in how we spend. That's why you hear departments talk about how are they meeting their big picture goals, which is how are they doing cost avoidance, budgeted savings, or time savings. And you've heard all the departments talk about the KPMG reports. And we commissioned KPMG to do performance reviews of all our departments to ensure they are working effectively and efficiently as possible. But this map shows our limited ability to generate sales and TOT given the land uses we have. To expand programs, we can always cut or reduce other non-mandated programs. But my point in showing these today as a precursor of this next discussion is to demonstrate our constraints that we face in generating more discretionary revenue for expansions without increasing or changing our taxes. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Nancy Anderson.
Chair Williams and members of the board, this special issue was intended to cover specifically three separate revenue measures and information related to those. The first is sales tax. The second will be flood control assessment, and that'll be presented by Walter Rubikava of Public Works, and cannabis tax will be covered by Brittany Oderman of our office. We were also asked to look at document transfer and vacancy taxes. Currently, because we are a general law county, these are not an option under our current law. However, there have been some charter cities that have made efforts here and used that funding for homeless and housing type services. So we'll continue to look at options around document transfer and vacancy taxes through other options. At the end of the presentations, we are looking to receive board directions on next steps in evaluating any of these revenue tax measures, including polling where appropriate. So we'll be taking that direction from you at the end of each presentation. So starting with sales tax, your board heard back in February of 2019 some of the similar information, but some of the numbers have changed. So currently, the county anticipates about $15 million in sales tax revenue to be generated for 23-24. Back in 2019, when this was presented to your board, I think it was around $8 million or so that was estimated for the 1%. Now that has grown to about 3.77 for every quarter cent of increase. First, for our sales tax, currently we're at 7.75%. That includes a 6% state share, 0.25 road transportation share, and the Measure A 0.5% share and then the local share of 1% that we receive of the 15, which equates to $15 million. So how that's broken down is by quarter. So 0.25, that 3.77 million, that would take our county taxes to 18.85 million. For another quarter at 50% would be at 0.5%, sorry, is 7.54 million. So a total of 22.62 million. For 0.75%, it would be a total of 11.3 million for a total of 26.39 million. And at full 1%, we're doubling our 15 million, so we're around 30 million. So Goleta and sales.
Supervisor Hartman.
I just had a question. We were at the South Coast Chamber and Carpinteria was talking about a use tax. How do you tax Amazon, for example? And so does this include that or not? Could you address that?
So, and there's going to be a later slide that we've actually added that actually will break down every city. So that's included. We didn't really go into every measure because those might be different. Some went to special tax and that are very specific and have oversight committees. Some are general. Some went to just use tax, and some are typical sales and use tax. So we'll show you that slide, Supervisor Hartman, in just a moment. So just the most recent sales tax increases, Goleta and Solving have been the most recent, November 2022, so those are starting to take effect. Lompoc was back in 2020, and so was in Guadalupe the same back in 2020. So here's how all of the cities and the county are presently rated. So for Santa Barbara, it's 7.75, and then Bealton is also at 7.75. Carpinteria, 9%, and Supervisor Hartman had just mentioned that I think their focus was use tax. Goleta moved to 8.75% recently, Guadalupe 8.75, and so on. So what we did was we added this slide recently just to kind of set in context the collections, and we just annualized those. Obviously, Goleta and Solving are just getting collections, so we just estimated amounts for those. But we ranked these. So Guadalupe is a very small community. It does have an approved measure increase, and so they get 1.2 million. And that ranges all the way up to the larger cities, Santa Barbara and Santa Maria, around 55 million or so. So currently, Santa Barbara County sitting about in the middle with no measure at about 15. That would take us to 30 million should we do 1% as an example. So sales tax options, there's two of those. You can either go general tax, and these are a simple majority vote from the qualified voters, or a special tax, and those are require 2/3 of the voters' approval, but they're more specific, and typically we see oversight committees of some level when those are imposed. But potential uses are public safety. That tends to be a big interest to the cities, mental health and public health facilities and programs, libraries, and infrastructure improvements within their respective jurisdictions. So the vote requirements for tax measures, both for general tax and for special tax, would require 2/3 of the vote of the Board of Supervisors, which equates for us 4/5 of your board would need to approve that. And again, on a general tax, it's a majority vote of the qualified voters, and then special tax would be 2/3 vote of the qualified voters. And then if we do other tax, we're focusing on sales tax, but if the county were to do a general tax related to non-sales tax measure, it's 4/5 of the vote of supervisors, a majority vote of the voters. So if your board was interested to direct us to provide more information for this, and in particular any polling direction, the timelines, we actually have two options within 2024, and that is the March primary or the November general election. The March primary timelines have already been posted with elections. We know that we would need to docket for the November 7th election, and that's October 26th, to request a resolution to request consolidation for a ballot measure. So we would need to begin any type of polling and development of tax proposal language and those sorts of, by June, if this was going to be considered. And so then we go through a process for polling, and then we refine any of the draft ordinance language, and then we take it to the board so that we can get it on the consolidated process. If we wait till November of 2024, they don't have timelines with that, but just backing up in the typical dates that are aligned, that would need to go to the board by June to request consolidation and really start in early 2024 any type of language process and polling. So that sets the timeline. With that, happy to answer any questions you may have and take direction from your board, including any polling recommendations. Oops.
Mr. Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Nancy, on if you're talking about a special tax, so you're saying it would need a 2/3, it could be put on by a simple majority of the Board of Supervisors, but then it would take 2/3 of the electorate to pass it, correct?
So
For a special issue?
for a special tax related to sales tax,
Okay.
requires a 4/5 vote of your board.
Oh, it has to be
And a
4/5 of the board.
2/3 vote of qualified voters. Correct.
Okay, yeah. So then, question on that too is, so then you would have to track, or somebody would have to track that extra 1%, because the rest of sales tax could go anywhere, correct? So how would that, I mean, so whatever is collected up and above 7 3/4, if we put it on the ballot, that then would have to be tracked because that money could only be spent on that special issue?
Correct. And so typically what we would see is a specific line item where that revenue is deposited in and identified. So we see that very clearly in the cities. And again, typically we would see, and I don't know that it's necessarily required, but there's usually some type of oversight committee or a committee that determines, how certain things are going to be spent. But for that, you would indicate in your ballot language exactly what you're intending to have that go towards.
Supervisor Capps. Oh, before we do that though, most of these cities that have passed increases have been general taxes, but they've sort of made a public pronouncement of what they would spend it on.
And we did that with our cannabis tax.
That's right.
Correct.
Supervisor Cap.
Yeah, following along that line of questioning, just for clarification, can you please go back to the slide where it lists what other cities have, where they are in sales tax? Thank you. Yeah, and I also was struck at the South County Chamber event, just, what good uses their sales tax is going for. If you could explain to me how this works with unincorporated businesses so that it's not on top of what cities are, the increase that cities have already done. But can you just parse that out for me and the public?
Sure. So
Please.
how sales tax works is that our respective jurisdictions receive it based on the retail sales within our respective areas.
Sure.
So, and that's why you'll see a significant amount within the cities focused on sales tax because they are very heavy in promoting economic development for these purposes. Because, and Mona kind of alluded to this, is that in typically in unincorporated areas, counties don't typically have as much. Obviously, that ranges throughout the state, but as much business activity as cities do. So the collections that we get are from retail sales or online type activity that's happening within the unincorporated areas of the county.
And Supervisors, through the chair, maybe, do you go back to slide 7? So I think what people don't realize with the public, so this is how sales tax, for the 7.75 we have, the state takes 6% of it. And then there's roads, 1/4% of it, that's through the state. And then Measure A, which is our local, it's half. And so the local share, which is the county, the Bradley Burns amount, the county receives is 1%. So this is similar for the cities. So for the cities who have 8.75%, the sales tax generated in their cities, their local share is now 2%.
So I think the important part of that is it's not a 1/10 more or 1/8 more. It's double, right, for our local government.
The revenue collection, not the tax. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, for, let's say, well, you know, maybe as a sales pitch, it's a 1/8 increase, but it's a doubling of what you get at a local level. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I guess I got a question. I'm kind of confused about this and what we're looking to, where this revenue would go. So when the cities collect a sales tax, they spend that in the city, right? They don't spend it in the unincorporated area?
Correct. They would include it in their
That's
budgets.
interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this is where I have a lot, I mean, I'm not a big tax guy to begin with. Everybody will know that, and my constituency has heartburn about additional taxes. And I'll do my little soapbox here for a moment. The reason why we have very little commercial space in the incorporated area is because past boards decided not to have commercial in unincorporated areas. There's been a philosophy for a long time in this county that we're not going to fiscalize our land use. That's a term that I've heard for a long time. And that's part of the reason why we don't have the same tax revenue for our unincorporated area as other counties in the state. And that's a fact. You know, there's two ways to increase these revenue sources. There is grow the pie or continue to double up on your taxes of the pie. And so that's where we not only can make a decision here today on the sales tax in the future, but we can also be smarter about streamlining our planning and development process to allow things to get built. The same thing with housing. It's the same problem that we've had for the last 30 years in this county, is that we have this very bureaucratic process, very cumbersome process, and it's impossible to do things. And then you get to this place where then we're wondering why we don't have the revenue. And we have to have both those pieces to get there. And so that's a challenge I think that we are all going to have to wrestle with over the coming years, is trying to find ways to embrace that. And getting back to the unincorporated areas, because I've always been a big unincorporated area guy, I represent 6 different unincorporated communities in my district. And so it's a really important piece. And, you know, the county's created unincorporated areas, right? And I believe we owe them an obligation like city services. It's an urbanized area, and it should be treated as an urbanized area. I mean, that's, people expect this, a basic level of services there. And I know we're doing a good job as a board prioritizing those now. We haven't for a long, long time. Still playing catch up in a lot of ways, I believe, to providing those services, and that's something I'm going to continue to advocate on this board. It's going to be a hard sell to unincorporated residents to ask for additional money and then spread that out throughout the rest of the county, especially when a lot of them don't feel that they're currently getting the services that they maybe deserve to be as being in an urban area. And that's a challenge because we don't do urban services. We don't have a Parks and Rec department. We don't have all the extra things that cities have. But we want to take those revenues and then spend it on other things like, you know, mental health beds, other things that are important. I'm not saying that these things aren't important, but, you know, you kind of look at the source of revenue and going back to who's providing it. And, you know, the taxes I like that are closest to the people and to the payers of those taxes and those impacts. We need to be a lot more creative on trying to create additional revenue opportunities through development, whether it's industrial development or more commercial development. Orchid, a community of 35,000 people, has 12 hotel beds. It's crazy. We have only 2 grocery stores, half as many grocery stores as when I was growing up. And that's part because of our land use. You know, we're down to, I think, 4 gas stations for, again, 35,000 people. You know, Buellton's got that in one block, you know. So We've got challenges that we have partly created for ourselves, and I just want to make sure that as we continue on this conversation, that we're thinking about that. Also, is if we hope to sell this to the unincorporated residents, because if I understand correctly, this will be a vote of just people who live in the unincorporated areas, right? You're going to have to make a pitch to them on how their lives is going to be better if this tax goes up. And I think that's a really important thing to think about as we move forward in this discussion. I know we want to solve the big problems in our county with additional revenue, but you know, all politics are local, right? And there's going to be needs and arguments that need to be made to that level that I think are going to be important moving forward.
Can we just ask that question of county council so we actually are talking about, all talking about the same thing? Does the electorate, is it all county residents or just folks in the unincorporated, or is that the discretion of what we put on the ballot? Is that our discretion?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, so there's a slide that addresses that in the presentation, but if it's a tax for the unincorporated, then it's only the unincorporated residents that vote for that.
And I'll just say that I don't, I agree, number one, with the need for jobs in there. Of course, I would like them to be higher paid jobs than gas station and other things. But I think that's why this is why we poll, is to see whether whether it should be countywide or unincorporated, right? I mean, you know, the electorate is different, and we should look at the data, right? What do the people want? You know, I would say that there's a argument for it, though it would be hard to deal with it being, I mean, one of the biggest needs is public safety, and it's hard to make a dividing line with some of that stuff, but I suppose if there was an emphasis on the unincorporated areas, that would make sense, given that there's a good argument to say that they're not getting their fair share.
The reason why I mentioned gas stations, just for a moment, Chair, a gas station creates about $250,000 in sales tax, and I'm talking about the local piece of that 1% a year. So these are big numbers. So when we go and shut down a gas station, everybody celebrates. That's great and all, but now we have $250,000 less of discretionary revenue. I have a project in my district right now that's trying to get through planning. It's to industrial pipe. That project alone, the 1%, is going to be $325,000 of general fund discretionary revenue, just that one project. And if we double this, it'd be almost $650,000, right? Just that one project. But they go to planning. There's urban growth boundary lines. There's all kinds of other planning rules that are preventing them to move forward. I think they're already 6 years in the process, and they haven't, and they're not even through the planning commission yet. And so this is what I'm talking about. We really need to get back to our, and drill in to how development happens in our county, because that, if we can have 5 more of those just along the 101, because it's a good place so that it reduces vehicle miles traveled, and all of a sudden you have a lot more money, and we can get to that $15 million without having to raise taxes. Now, if the voters want to raise taxes, that's up to them. But I think there's things we can be doing on this board that doesn't have to make it up to the voters. I think there's things we can be doing to increase and advocate for businesses, because there is the jobs, yes, that's important, absolutely, but there's also the revenue that comes with these jobs that are really important to delivering the services that we need to in the county, as well as the increased value of those parcels, right? So, I've got a parcel that's sitting there that they're going to build this on, probably worth about $500,000 right now. We're probably receiving, $5,000 a year in property tax, which our portion's only about $1,000. They're going to go in to develop that property. Now it's going to be a $10 million valued property, and now we're going to be getting $100,000 in property taxes, which our portion will be about $35,000. So, there's things we can be doing and we should be thinking about. It's not just asking for more from existing businesses. It's also growing the pie, if you will.
I think I would just take the liberty of saying it's only up to the public whether or not to raise the sales tax if we have the courage to place it on the ballot. Otherwise, we don't give them a choice. Mr. Lavanino.
Well, my retort to that would be, we don't go to the public on every issue. If that's the case, for example, like we're talking about, the state's talked about a natural gas ban. We don't go out and ask people if they think that's a good idea. We just ban it, and the people are all up in arms, and we're like, well, we know better. So it's not us, I'm saying, but we've all done a lot of polling in our lives too. I can get a poll to come back and tell you whatever you wanted to say, you know. That's unfortunately the way it works, is who you call, who you talk to. And if you do polling, I would suggest only poll the unincorporated community. And, you know, because otherwise we're just chasing a ghost. So,
Just ask a question on that. We could do it countywide, but it still just affects the unincorporated areas, right? If the electorate is countywide, it still just affects the unincorporated areas.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, you can do a countywide tax and then all the voters vote for it. I thought it applied countywide. Is that your understanding?
Is it,
But
or
we'll
is
check on
it
that.
dependent on how you write the tax?
So we'll check on that. I mean, there is a statute that talks about the board can pass a tax, and it can transaction and use tax throughout the entire county or within the unincorporated area of the county. And then depending which way you go, depends on who the voters are.
Got it.
Oh, and I just confirmed, it is levied on the entire county. So if you did one for the whole county, it would be voters in the whole county, it would be levied on the entire county.
And then maybe you're right there, Steve.
And I know that's a harder sell to do the whole entire county, because some of these cities already have 8.75, and to try to tell them to go up to 9.5, you know, people's heads will explode. I get that, but a lot of things that we do in the county are countywide, and so I just going to keep bringing back to you that if we do go down this route, there really should be a nexus on the increased revenue back to those who are generating that revenue.
Thank you for your patience, Supervisor Harmon.
Well,
Supervisor
I keep turning my light on and off, and I guess I have a question for Supervisor Nelson, and that is, if it were a general tax, but there were some caveats that funding would go for unincorporated areas. Having represented some of those myself, I understand the needs, although I do think counties were the first government, and then cities form because they want higher level service and more activity. So I do think counties aren't exactly like cities, but I do believe, along with you, that it is important, especially in this case, to try to articulate a higher level of service for this funding. And I wonder if that would persuade you, or if there's something there that might, you could elaborate for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time getting there no matter what. I'm actually just giving you some advice on I know what my voters, you know, if you hope to get Orchid voters to get on board on this, you're gonna need to make that nexus. I think same thing for Isla Vista voters, Montecito voters, the voters that are gonna need to vote on this tax, we're gonna need to make that case to them. And so I'm just kind of giving right now some political advice so that I think that would be prudent. I'm not sure if I can get there. You may not need my vote to get there. So I will continue to have the conversation. I always want to have these smart, intelligent conversations about these issues. And I'm with you. People live in unincorporated areas for a reason, and they don't want to have the same level of intensity and urbanization that exists in cities. Totally get that. But the difference between the amount of services that people live in cities and what we have in the county, it's a big drop off. And I do think that we owe our unincorporated areas a little bit more than what we have traditionally done in this county. And that's, again, one of the reasons why I advocate for it. I've always been a voice on this board to do that, continue to be in that space moving forward, no matter what we do here on this. So, like I said, I can be agnostic on this. I can try to make it better, so it's better policy overall moving forward. But I would really think that if we do go down this route, we're going to need to find that, and it can't be supplanting money that we're already giving to unincorporated areas. That's the other portion of this that I would also be concerned about, is that, we're making an investment in Orchid Library. Okay, now we're going to swap that money out for the new money and pull it back to general fund. Okay, that's not going to work either. So we need to be able to walk through that in a way that we really do show value. Otherwise, there is going to be significant opposition to this tax, and they will have a difficulty in passing, in my opinion. So.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I mean, I just look at that chart, and other than Buellton, so in a sense, I mean, if it really mattered that much, people would be flocking to businesses in the unincorporated area to pay that penny less. But I don't think that's really the case. I don't think it's that prominent in people's minds, and to create a level playing field, I think makes some sense. I just, I'm struggling. We've had people talking to us about battered and abused women and going up in North County, veterans exposed to burn pits and Agent Orange that need more services, people who are wrongfully incarcerated because of the color of their skin that need to look back at those cases, warming shelters for people who are homeless, beds for mental health, the arts, which have been a significant contributor to elevating the public and focusing on underrepresented cultural groups and celebrating their achievements. For me, the Los Olivos bathrooms and neighbors, to your point, who have people using their lawns as bathrooms, and then all the climate needs that we have to prepare us better for the future. So we have increasing needs in our county, and people coming to us. It seems like we have increasingly number of vulnerable people who need these safety net services, and we're doing our best to. And I didn't even get to the opioid crisis. So the needs on us are getting greater, and it seems to me somehow we need a full court press to think where it makes sense to try to develop more jobs. A lot of commercial spaces that exist in the county are really underused, and especially as people do more Amazon, these little strip malls. So we don't want more of that. We need to think what we do want, and I'm willing to think about those things, but we're kind of need to make some choices now as well, given these huge pressing needs.
Supervisor, to the chair, too. So I don't want to make you, well, we can have more discussions on this. And so this is a great discussion, and it sounds like there's more that has to be fleshed out. We're only at the beginning, and it's really giving us direction to proceed to do more research and come back. We still have some time.
Supervisor Capps.
Just one quick thing about polling. You can make a poll say anything you want. You can also work really hard to make it objective. And I think in this case, that would behoove us because we don't want to fool ourselves.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, I think you've made some excellent points. I want to just highlight the point you made about growing the pie. And I started off my first budget hearings talking about this economic comprehensive development strategy that we're about to hear more about. I'm very interested in what we can be doing more of in that area, and I don't know if there's a mechanism to sort of tie the two together, but at least that's my commitment, is to be supportive of serving the needs of more people, but not saying, oh, we can do it by just magical thinking. We have to also be growing the pie and leaning in on economic development strategies for our entire region.
So if we can try to focus more on the question of whether staff should be directed to do the polling research, that I think that's what Mona is asking for.
And supervisors, if you have an idea now, and you don't have to, we can come back to the board of which election should the board eventually go to there. And again, there's a lot of steps in between. Should we be shooting for a March primary or the November general? because as you see, as Ms. Anderson has on there, October would be our deadline to get everything together versus we almost have a year if we go November.
Well, I'll say for my part, I definitely think that we should be taking a pulse of the body politic and see if they're interested for a general tax, for some of the things that we have identified as needs. And I think that makes sense to ask them and look at that before making a decision. I think if we wanted a tax, it would be a no-brainer as to when. It would be the general 2024. Mr. Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Supervisor Hartman brings up an excellent point. I mean, the thing that sticks with you when you leave the dais is the crushing amount of need that is out there, right? And, well, I mean, I'm always chasing revenue, but just to let people know, $15 million is not going to fix all those problems. Right, I understand you're saying it's the process. For me, it's hard to go back to the public and ask for more because this is a never-ending. I mean, this is an unfillable pit of need, right? It's like we can't. Somebody once said, "We can do anything, we can't do everything," right? And I like that quote. 5 years in a row, we've had no service level reductions. Our strategic reserve is at its peak. I think we're now carrying forward, trying to fix years 3 and 4 of looking out and seeing what our shortfalls are, which I've never really seen us do before. So I think we're being very, very fiscally prudent with what we have, and I think we're doing the best that we can with what we have. But if we really wanted to try to tackle everything, I mean, I just can't even imagine what our tax rate would be at that point is, I'd be more interested in, and I know we just did it, but I'd actually be more interested in look at TOT than sales tax, because to me, that goes after visitors coming here. I don't know what it would generate either. But I think adding on to the sales tax, I just don't think it's viable to start with, because by the time you get into Orchid with 35,000 voters that are already feeling like they're not getting their fair share, and maybe the polling will show us something different. I just think it's a really tough lift, and I don't see where we go with this, but.
Does staff have any comment on the TOT question and whether there's a statutory limitation and or what the 1% figure is for TOT? It's probably about.
It's not as much, so
yeah,
we can.
I mean, because I remember total TOT is about 11,000 or it's 11 million a year, right?
It's closer to 17 million
Okay.
at this point, but I think we're at 12%, and I think it all comes in to the county, so a 1% increase there wouldn't net the same.
And just for your board's information, so I can't remember what year we did go for the TOT increase where we went, I think, 0.5% above all the other cities, and that did not pass. So then the next round, we went at the same level of the other cities, and it did pass. So right now, I think we're about level with the other cities.
So, I'm willing to look at that if you're also willing to look at the polling, right? I mean, to me.
I think you have 3 votes for the polling, or direction at least, yeah.
All right. Well, since we're making maybe statements of purpose, I just think that there are some things in this county, and the sheriff's department is one of them, are basic public safety things that need a fundamental change. Otherwise, they will be sort of the fiscal cliff this county falls off of, and they require an investment, and sales tax is probably the only thing that has the scale where it can do. I mean, I can solve libraries with the TOT increase, but I don't think I can solve public safety. right? You know, like, yeah. Well, I don't know. You know, that there is definitely, that's of the scale where there's something fundamental that could be solved. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, only to state the obvious, but you know, we had high hopes for the cannabis tax as a way of growing the pie, and that's a big question mark right now. And so I think we're trying to find an alternative so that we can keep not having service level reductions, and we can keep moving forward. I've said it before, but Supervisor Lavanino's historic context makes me appreciate our CEO and all the prudent planning that we've done. And I think it's incumbent on us to continue to try to do that. Yes, we're trying to create better jobs in North County. We're trying to figure out, you know, how we build housing in a way that can go to workers and not just have housing prices keep going up, which seems to be a source for a lot of these issues that we're seeing. But those are longer term, and I think we're in a shorter term crunch. So that's my perspective.
Okay, let's go to public comment.
Supervisors, we still have 2 more tax measures as part of this presentation, so if you could hold on one moment.
Yes, Chair Williams, we'll turn this over. We're going to be covering the flood control assessment and hand it over to Public Works.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. Almost good afternoon, but I'll be discussing a potential flood control assessment in the Montecito area. And the reason I'm talking about I want to emphasize the word potential is we're very early on in this process, and we need to determine the feasibility of it still. The next slide discusses our current structure that we have in place right now. As you guys are aware, we have, as a board is aware, we have 10 zones in the county. The benefit assessment rates are based upon a proportionate amount of stormwater runoff. It looks at land use, and it looks at parcel sizes. The flood control district collects those funds, and we use it for operation, maintenance, and we also use those funds to supplement any state and federal grants to use to do capital improvement projects. And then, as you're aware, we return to the board on an annual basis, and we ask for an increase based on the preceding year's the consumer price index. This next slide, it's a little hard to read, but the Group C, as a reminder, these are our current fiscal year rates for 22-23. Group C is the basis of all of our rates. As I mentioned, there's 10 zones there. And then all the other groups are either increased or decreased, again, based on land use and parcel size. And for your information, the Montecito area is currently in the South Coast zone. You can see for a residential unit, it's 28.86. So an increase of rates has been looked at in the past. The latest was in August of 2019, where an assessment was looked at based on a survey or a poll, and it was looked for the entire South County. Again, this is looking at just Montecito, but that 2019 measure was the Santa Barbara County Flood Control and Water Conservation District Natural Disaster Preparedness and Response and Public Health Protection Measure. It's a long one. If it would have been passed, it would have had an annual levy of $50 per year for residential parcel, and it would have raised approximately $6.6 million annually.
Chair Williams, got a quick question. And that was countywide?
That was just for the South County.
That was the South, okay.
Just the South County, yes. And polling was done for that as well, and it shows that the initial polling had about 60% support, and then after an educational outreach, and I looked into what that educational outreach was, it would add additional questions to the polling, if you're aware that it included 267 miles of channels and it included basins, so it provided more information with the polling. It raised 1%, which is in the error of margin of error. So the results of that, it didn't meet the 2/3 threshold. So at that point, it was put on. We stopped efforts on that. So this next slide shows kind of where we're at in the process right now and working with the Montecito community. And on the last bullet, I'll explain why we would proceed with these efforts, knowing that in 2019, we looked at the South County and we didn't have the support. But as far as our current effort, the Flood Control District is working with Atkins on a Montecito flood mitigation master plan. We're currently in phase 1. And phase 1 should be done around March of 2024. Phase 1 will just set the baseline or look at the existing conditions. And then phase 2 will be more the meat of the master plan, where we'll determine or identify the projects and their costs. And then the master plan will also help guide the planning, design, construction, improvements, and to mitigate flood impacts. And it could also serve as the basis if we determine this assessment was feasible. It could serve as a basis, since project costs would be included in that report. So this last bullet just kind of highlights why we're here today. Why would we just focus on the Montecito area? After the January event, a high percentage of all the calls that have come from the Montecito area, probably 80% or higher. And we've had a lot of individuals contact us and neighborhood groups, primarily in the San Ysidro Creek corridor area, and they've expressed interest in an increased either benefit assessment or an increased tax or some form of increased cost. And we committed to look into the feasibility of doing that, and that's why we're here today, is to just follow through on that commitment. So with that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from the board? I mean, I just want us, obviously it won't be any surprise that I asked this to be on it. But because there is a clear need in Montecito, and people want to see a lot more flood control, safety projects. They don't know how to finance them sustainably. And I mean, obviously, we're exploring grants, as we always do, but this would give us a sustained effort. But I also know that there's flood control needs in other accounts, and so, you know, I have resisted the department coming to the conclusion that no other areas should be polled. Meaning, I think if there is an area that should be polled, we should tell them now, because asking the question, you know, costs us a few more $1,000s from the poll. Not asking the question and not building the infrastructure could cost a lot more to the public. You know, I just want to put it out there that if there is a request for polling in the larger account, that we should talk about it. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, it raises the question for me, you know, each watershed area is quite different and needs different kinds of treatments to protect people from flooding. And so I think how we explain what people get, I mean, a lot of the calls that my office has received are people on private land. They've had a lot of flooding. It may come from a lot of down timber and things up in the forest lands, or people just dumping stuff in the creeks. And so it's on their private property, but it's come from these other sources. I'm not sure that they would, you know, I think they would pay to not have this problem, but I'm not sure that we, in our actions, would address this problem. So I think that needs to be really clear.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I have the same question as well. We've experienced a considerable amount of flooding in the Santa Ynez and Santa Maria rivers that have really impacted Lompoc Valley and the Santa Maria Valley. And so there's needs elsewhere, but we do have this pressure where often that's on private property. And the public thinks that the county should be doing that, and the county thinks that the private property should be doing that. And that's where there's this struggle. If we did something that was countywide, would we be able to build in a program where we participated a little bit more on clearing these waterways, assessing that? Because I think that could get some really wide support in the North County. I'm not always against additional taxes and assessments. This is one of them that I actually really am supportive of, because money goes back into infrastructure and into maintenance, and it's close to where the taxpayer, like there's a direct impact, right? It's a real pay for service. And so I guess my first question to Mr. Rubalcaba is there any opportunities to do additional flood control work and maintenance in other parts of the county that if the assessment went up, that we would be able to participate in that? That's my first question. Second question is for staff, or for department staff. Is this a 2/3 vote? What kind of vote is this to get this on the ballot? That would help me too, because I don't think we had defined that. So, Walter.
I'll answer the first question first, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. The question you're bringing up, or the point you're bringing up, is brought up almost daily. And the priorities that we currently have right now is we use the funds on infrastructure that we own and operate, and we have a legal responsibility for. And then there's some other areas of creeks, and not countywide, and it's not consistent, that we actually own easements and we have responsibilities, or we've built structures in the past where we're responsible to maintain those. That's our second priority. And then Santa Barbara County Flood Control District, which is very rare for the state of California. Actually, in the past, when opportunities exist and there's a resources from a financial standpoint and a resource standpoint, we have joint efforts with private property owners and communities to clear, even in private property areas, if we feel that would benefit from a regional standpoint. We cannot go in and just clear property or fix erosion if it's just for the benefit of one sole property, because then it's the use of public funds for private property. So it's a challenging question to answer, but I think there is a process. If more funds were available and easements were dedicated by property owners, that gave us the right to enter, but not necessarily the obligation, it would help in those efforts to clear some of these areas that get impacted by debris.
That's very helpful. And then again, on the tax, maybe Ms. Anderson, what type of tax does it take, or maybe is it county council, to do an assessment? Is it a 2/3 of the board and 2/3 of the voters, or is this a?
Supervisor Nelson, it depends on if it's a special tax or if it's an assessment. So a special tax is a 2/3 vote. And then I'm just looking at a benefit assessment now. It looks like it's a majority vote.
Could you go back? I mean, you had 60%, and that you needed a 2/3 in your polling, right, for the South Coast in general?
Yeah, so this information was pulled from the August 2019 report. So again, I defer to council, or we should look into it, what the details are.
Supervisors, at the time, I recall working with Mr. Fayram on this, and they pulled into, they were looking at two different ways. And it's a parcel assessment, as the county council said, I think is majority. And then they also looked at if there was a tax. And the reason they were looking at that was because they weren't sure which they could do. And as I recall, the pollster company that we hired said that it would be too difficult to tell on an assessment by property owner and parcel to poll the property owners. And so they couldn't do it on the assessment, so they did it on a general tax, looking to get a proxy of the support.
Supervisor Capps.
I just wanted to add, because you were talking about the polling, I remember being a citizen being polled on this, and because I'm the kind of person who participates in these kind of, like, I pulled over and started taking notes specifically, and I was confused. No disrespect to the consulting firm, but I think that the lingo that we use with this field, and I imagine people are much more educated now after 12 atmospheric rivers, but I would just say if we go forward, be really mindful that our jargon is hard to understand. So I remember being supportive of it. I'll be part of that 60%, but I just think that could have been a factor, because I do remember distinctly being kind of confused about the question.
I think we have Exhibit 1. The fact that you and I stop whatever we're doing to answer a poll is part of why there is a little bit more inaccuracy in polls these days. Okay. So I'm hearing from two of us that we want maybe more areas added to the polling, but Supervisor Loudon.
Yeah, I think this gets back to if we could get work accomplished that people want to see accomplished, I would support it. I think when we talk to landowners all along the Santa Maria River, they're like, look, man, they just want the work done. Honestly, they don't really even, they're interested in, helping finance some of it. They just need it done, because when we don't do anything, it's so destructive and devastating. But we don't determine that a lot of times. So what they would like to see done is going in and clearing out the river, and that's not really our call. So it puts us, we're in these weird situations where right now we've got, it's fallen on us when we've got Twitchell that's owned by the federal government releasing water into a river that has willows in it that is controlled by the federal government that we can't go in and take out while they're releasing water, and it's our fault. So I'd be supportive of this if it gives us an avenue to actually, make something happen, but I'm not sure that this is really going to help get done what we are looking to get done.
Chair Williams. But it would be revenue that could go towards some of the planning work that needs to be done on a regional basis. Yeah, so I think that it's very intriguing. I think we should be thinking bigger here. The one concern I have, again, just trying to be productive, we've got to be careful about voter fatigue on taxes too. We can do anything, but we can't do everything, and especially taxes. And so, if we go down the route with this, and I know we're gonna have a conversation about the cannabis taxes as well, we might want to be strategic about how we lay those out over the next year, whether that one shows up in March, like a flood assessment that's a little bit more benign, and then having something and then maybe something and that probably will be right after some rains, hopefully, and then maybe something else in the November election. Just run that out there as part of the conversation.
So why don't we see whether we're gonna, let's proceed to the next one before we do that. Because I guess the question is, I think you have a good point. You can usually poll more than one, but once you start getting to poll 3, you start artificially impacting your numbers downward, because people are like, what? They're gonna do 3 taxes, right? So even when we're not intending to, but that can impact the numbers. So why don't we go on to Brittany before we figure that last part out.
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board. Good morning. I am bringing before you today some information about our cannabis operations tax. As you may recall, I was here about a year ago in May of 2022 with similar information. I have some additional information today, but a lot of the same, and hopefully we can have a discussion about any direction that you'd like to give to our staff. Our current taxation method was approved by our voters in June of 2018, and it's based on gross receipts. It did receive broad support. Over 75% of our voters approved this current ordinance. And I have listed the 6 different types of operations and their rates there. It varies from 1% all the way up to 6%. We have very few, if any, currently licensed micro businesses. So really, for all intents and purposes, we receive 6% from retail, but it's really the 4% cultivation tax that's our bread and butter. The gross receipts are reported quarterly and collected by the treasurer tax collector. And this method really has accounted for the market fluctuations because the rates are set, but only paid on gross receipts. So this current, or the past glut that we've seen in the market and these downward turns in the market are not necessarily transferred to the the operator's losing money, but they only pay on what they sell. And so this method is really effective for that and just sort of leveling the playing field there. It does make annual revenue projections complex and not as certain. As we saw in our last special issue, we're talking about cannabis tax revenue being down based on what we had projected, and that was based on what we had seen in the past. And so we are continuing to do work in that area, but it can be difficult. And I mentioned that this was approved by over 75% of the voters, but it is a general tax, or it was put on the ballot as a general tax, and so it really only required approval of a majority of voters. So back on May 17th, we did discuss options to move to potentially moving to a square footage tax. So that would be transitioning from a gross sales receipts to looking at the area of cultivation, or what the industry would call canopy. Or another option we talked about too was a hybrid option, where we may have a minimum tax that we might place on a canopy area and then charge gross sales receipts above and beyond at a certain minimum tax rate. Some of the considerations for development of a tax structure that would go in that direction based on area are that, one, that it would require a ballot measure. Our ordinance is very clear, and we do not have a lot of wiggle room to change things. We have some discretion, but it is a gross sales receipt, and anything that would be seen as raising the tax or changing the tax significantly would need to go to the voters. And if we were going to do that, we would need to establish rates, and that's really been sort of the basis of this conversation, and the thing that we've struggled with the most is how do you set those rates? Because you need to consider market fluctuations, as I discussed. And also you may need to have, that may result in having possible annual adjustments needed to keep operations viable, and also just to keep up with the market and the things that are happening. To date, there hasn't really been an industry standard for indexing. It's not readily available, although since I spoke to you last year, I think a lot of time and effort has been spent here in our county through the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office and the work they're doing, and also nationally, frankly, and statewide to get more information. And so there is more available. And certainly on our end, the data that we're getting through our CCA membership and with access to their third-party data analytics firm, we're able we're starting to be able to look at that and get some ranges. The other thing to consider is, and I mentioned this briefly, but our office, the Treasurer Tax Collector, has spent the last year building a tax compliance infrastructure, and it's based on gross receipts. And they've done a lot of work around that. They've built databases. They're pulling the data from Metric, via our membership with the CCA. They're reaching out to operators, educating them on the ordinance, clarifying things that may have been just misunderstandings. And so that foundation has been laid, and a lot of work has been put into it. And so I think, that's just something we need to consider, is that we've done a lot of work around that. There is another consideration too here, that the square footage tax could address I put in quotes, holding of acreage. As you know, we have an acreage cap, and so once an operator has an approved land use entitlement, they are eligible to be in that cap, and so that doesn't mean that they're actively growing. And so if we had some kind of square footage tax or a minimum tax, that could address this sort of a commodity that they're holding as our use it or lose it provisions take effect that the board adopted last fall. I do just want to say here that, a review of some of the other jurisdictions, and I'm going to get into some details on the next slide, indicates that many of the jurisdictions that have a square foot tax have been looking at a gross sales receipts tax, and the jurisdictions that have a gross sales receipts tax are looking at a square footage tax. I know I've talked about this before, but it continues. And I think, I was just at the CSAC Ledge conference last week, and I was talking to Lake County, and I talked to Mendocino County, and nobody's happy right now with the state of cannabis tax revenues. And it's not so much how they're being collected, it's really about the market and the inability of the legal market to really take the majority share of the market. We know it's still only about a third of what's being consumed in California, and so there's no perfect answer here. And so I just want to keep that in mind as I move into some examples. So I know we had requests to get information from counties, and I did reach out to several counties. Some of this information is readily available, through staff doing research online, but a lot of it requires reaching out and talking to county staff. And as you're aware, because this is an issue everywhere, people are very busy. And so I was able to get some detailed information on this from two counties that have square footage tax, Monterey and Sonoma being those two counties. And then I have some additional information about other counties that use gross sales receipts that that we can talk about and share. But really, I want to focus on these two. I think we've looked at Monterey as being fairly similar in a lot of ways to our county, as far as having a large cultivation industry, large relative. We're talking about 107 acres being cultivated, but let's just focus in on that first. So last spring, we reported their rates, and they're broken down by the canopy, whether it's indoor, mixed light, which is really like a greenhouse, and then outdoor. And they have various rates from $8 to $2.50 per square foot. Today, they're at $2.13 for indoor versus the $8, and 71 cents for outdoor. And when I talked to them about their, so they have, like I said, 107 acres currently being cultivated. I have an asterisk under the outdoor number only because that 33 acres, they tax outdoor and nursery at the same rate, and that 33 acres represents nursery for them. They don't have any outdoor cultivation currently, or canopy. They weren't able to give me a revenue number for 21-22 because they've been doing a lot of work around coming up with payment plans for operators and trying to accommodate the industry. And so they don't have a final number for 21-22. And I have a few more details on the next slide. And then in Sonoma County, they hired a consultant to look into whether they should go from a square footage to a gross sales receipts. They completed that study, and they're tentatively scheduled to go to their board in mid-May to recommend that they stick with their square footage. They did look at equating that to a percentage of gross sales receipts, so it's effectively 2.5%. But they just felt like the administration around changing how they were doing things was more work than it was worth, and if they could justify the new rates through equating it to a gross sales receipts, they were going to go in that area. And so they have about 33 acres of canopy, and their rates vary by license type, meaning how big a farm is. So the larger the farm, the greater rate they pay. And so they have rates that go from nearly $7 a square foot all the way down to 62 cents a square foot. And again, based on whether it's indoor, greenhouse, or outdoor. And their revenues last year on those 33 acres were approximately $1.7 million. So just to go over some of the highlights that I heard from staff in talking to them in these counties, Monterey County has reduced their rates 4 times since 2016. And again, I mentioned they approved a payment plan. So they approved a payment plan for fiscal year 21-22 for quarters 2 through 4 and for the current fiscal year. So, and they told me they're going to have some level of interest applied to delayed payments, but they still haven't established that interest rate. And so things are really still in flux. And again, they don't have totals for, fiscal year 21-22. Sonoma County reduced their rates in April of 2022, so about a year ago, by 45% retroactively to July 2021, even before they did their study. So they've reduced their rates, almost in half. And then I mentioned that they completed the study that will adjust square footage rates based on based on a gross receipt rate of 2.5. And they built in annual adjustments to account for changes to prices. So many of these jurisdictions, I think what they're really finding too is the more flexibility they can build into their ordinance to allow for these market fluctuations, the better off they are. And finally, I didn't have Humboldt County on the chart before because I didn't have all the numbers from them, but I was able to gain information in that, in November last year, they actually approved a resolution extending a temporary reduction of taxes and suspending 100% of cannabis taxes for tax years 23 and 24. And that reduced rates by 85% for cultivation year 2021. And payments are not subject to penalties and interest during tax years 23 and 24. So what they do is they collect their taxes a year in arrears. So they'll, tax year 22 is for all the cultivation in 21. So that's why there's some differentiation there. But essentially, they've suspended their tax rate through 23 cultivation, but payment in 24. So this current calendar year. And then finally, since we're talking about square footage and we need to wrap our head around what that might look like for our county, I just wanted to give you a sense of something. And I think when I brought this before, we had some other rates, but given where we are now and seeing where other counties are taxing per the square foot, I'm using 60 cents for indoor and 30 cents for mixed light and outdoor. This is very oversimplified, I think, because we also have in our county some other unique things about our outdoor grows and what type of product comes out of our outdoor grows because of our restrictions on outdoor drying and limited processing. And so 30 cents, you could, if it's outdoor auto flower is one thing, but if it's fresh frozen or if it's trim or there are these other types of products that we would probably need to consider. And so I don't think we could look at something quite this simple, but I wanted to give you a look at how many acres or the square footage we'd be looking at. And so our indoor mixed light, we have that acreage cap at 186 acres. And so we would estimate that with the acreage cap being fully permitted, that our canopy would be about 75% of that acreage. And that equates to 6.5 million square feet at 60 cents a square foot. That could bring in $3.9 million. For outdoor, 75% of the acreage cap that we have there would be just over 1,100 acres, and 51 million square feet at 30 cents, so about at half the rate, could bring in 15 million. It's unlikely that our county would receive revenues at this level initially, since if we transition the tax burden could affect the ability of many of our current operators or our prospective operators that are in the cap to remain viable because they built their business plans on our current system. And so there'd be a readjustment and we'd have to look at where we landed. But I would, just for your knowledge, like our average size of a large outdoor operation is around 60 acres. So that would be an annual tax burden of $588,000, or tax revenue to us of $588,000 at that 75% cultivation rate. A mid-sized at 25 acres would be $245,000, and a mixed light indoor, the operations mostly in the South Coast in the Carpinteria Valley, around 5 acres would be paying $98,000. So that is the information I have for you today. I'm happy to take questions. I'm sure there are many.
Questions from the board?
Thanks.
Okay, then let's go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this special issue, and we are going to Zoom for Joe Armendariz. Joe?
Good morning, everybody. I guess it's almost afternoon. Good grief. Well, first of all, let me just say on the issue of polling, I did an informal poll of my household on taxes, and it was 100% against. Although my wife isn't home, so there might be a margin of error in that result. I think that, one of the things that is probably worth doing is going back and, considering the fact that in the last 2 years, we've lost as a state nearly 800,000 people to mostly Florida, which has the 48th highest tax burden in the country. The only states that have lower tax burdens would be Alaska and Texas. And by the way, Texas has had a lot of recipients of California taxpayers fleeing with nothing but the shirt on their back. I think when you add to that the issue that we have the highest inflation in 50 years, the highest interest rates in 30 years, one must sort of just examine the logic here of even contemplating paying higher taxes. I thought that Supervisor Lavanino had it exactly right. You have the highest strategic reserve you've had in perhaps a generation, and you're not reducing any services. No, don't raise taxes on the hardworking families of Santa Barbara County. With respect to the cannabis, thank God for Humboldt and Monterey and Sonoma. They understand the problem. The cannabis industry is in a severe recession. As Brittany pointed out, 1/3 of the sales are legal, 2/3 are illegal. The 2/3 that are illegal, I'll just point out the obvious. They're not collecting any taxes. And so to contemplate raising taxes on our beleaguered cannabis industry, I think would just be counterproductive in ways that frankly go beyond my ability to describe it. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this special issue.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I should have clicked on a light before public comment just to speak a little bit about the cannabis tax. I think a year ago when we had this conversation, I had some comments about where I was at with it, that I'm constantly frustrated by the gross receipts tax, and I understand that other people that are frustrated by the square footage tax are looking at us as an option and back and forth. I get that that's going on, but just from a public policy position and the conversations I have with the public, I've always desired to have something that would reduce complexity in the tax structure and something that would increase transparency. I don't think that we should redo this tax as a proxy war on the cannabis industry and find a way to put them out of business. That's the last thing I would ever want to do here at this point. I just want to have a process that would be something that would make more sense, where the impact could be more directly equated to the revenue. And so that's where I've been out on this. I'm interested in seeing us to continue to look at this and maybe look at it and say, I also think maybe a per ounce or per pound might be another way to look at this as well. That's the state was doing that with the cultivation tax for a period of time. So that's already being tracked by the state. And I want to get us out of the auditing business in this if possible. I'd rather that to be the state. And that's why I think is really what my frustration is, the gross tax, is that we have to build all this infrastructure to try to make sure that we're catching people and making sure that the people are paying the right amount. And I think we have a lot of really good operators in our county. We also have obviously some not so great operators that are absolutely avoiding taxes by moving product around and selling it to themselves at different numbers. And I also know that there's also an issue with the market, and I totally get that, and I can appreciate that. But that's why, to me, a per ounce or per pound option is actually preferable, because if you're producing, then you'd have a predictable rate as one of your variables, and as you move forward. It's also something that the state gets through the track and trace system, so it's something we could easily see, I think easily see, for our county. So that's where I've been on this. One other piece that it would be really important if we do go down this route is I do think we would need to engage with industry, because if we go down this route, it would be repealing a tax and starting a new tax. And I think that's going to be a hard political push to the taxpayers to explain that. There's going to be a lot of nuances. And I think we'd want everybody in the same boat rowing in the same direction. I think there's a way to pitch this to industry that this would actually help them by reducing some of those concerns that the general public has about the industry, and maybe equating better the impact on the revenue. So I'm still interested in that conversation moving forward if we want to get there. I don't think we should decide on a square footage today or on a rate today. I absolutely think that staff and Brittany should reach out to board members, community members, to the industry, and work on something that might continue the work that she's already been doing, and bring something back to us in the future, and with the goal of having something in November. So we're over a year out from really having to come to that, but I do think this is a kickoff of that conversation potentially.
Supervisor Lavanillo.
Thank you. And I want to say that Brittany's doing a great job. I mean, you're being tasked with something that nobody else in the state's figured out how to do. So if that's our direction, and I support that as well. I mean, I've been very I'm always seeking ways to improve this system, and I think trying to come up with a fair tax is at the top of that list of things to get done. I think one thing we've learned out of this for sure is that predicting cannabis tax is near impossible. First year we thought we predicted 5, we got 12. We predicted 10, we got 16. So then we learned, and we're like, all right, we're going to get 19, we got 9. 16, we got 7. So my prediction is we should guess low and get higher, right? That's the way it works. But what's weird about so I've kind of gotten back and forth, and we sat with probably a dozen of the smartest people that I know in the county and tried to figure out how to get to, because I think really the way to do it is to index it to what the price is, right? But there's no index that we can find. But I was happy to hear from Brittany that maybe that there is something that is coming about, because the more I think about the way that we tax, if you tax by square foot, I started thinking about, like, okay, you go to the store and buy eggs. You don't tax eggs by the dozen, right? You receive the tax based on what the price of the eggs are. So we tax nearly everything on gross receipts. We don't tax a hotel on how many hotel rooms they have. We tax them on what the price of the hotel is. So it kind of goes back and forth, and I'm fine with whatever we come up with. I think it's interesting, though, to note that when you go back and look at these other counties, everybody is in flux, right? There's nobody. It would be nice for us to tell Brittany, hey, go copy this county, because they're doing it right. I mean, Humboldt has basically gotten rid of all their tax. Obviously not something I'm advocating. I want to see us come up with something that's fair, just, and predictable as much as we can. So the other thing is, too, and I know, I'm glad you put that caveat up on that one slide when we showed what could be generated by a square foot tax, and it showed like $19 million. One of the things we'd have to look at, too, is would those people still stay in business? I think you showed, I don't know if it was one of the slides or one of the questions I had with you, but I think 200 acres just dropped out of production just recently in this county. Is that correct?
Supervisor Lavanillo, through the chair. It wasn't on the slide,
Okay.
but we just recently received 4 withdrawals prompted because there was inactivity on their business license applications that equated to about 200 acres. And so we were able to pull people off the wait list that were excited about getting
Right.
onto the list. But I also just received information from the state that the state has seen a drop of 20% in licenses. So
Yeah. So those people are excited until they have to start taking it to market, right?
Right.
So yeah, we're in a downturn, no doubt, and we've got to weather it. But yeah, I'm supportive of staff taking a deeper dive on this and finding out what can be done. I'd be really interested to hear what that comes back to be.
Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, thank you, Brittany, for the work. Thanks to my colleagues I know we all want revenues to increase, and we're looking to figure out the best ways to do that with transparency, with fairness. I was very appreciative of the conversation last year when this was really discussed last May, and I believe Supervisor Lavanino brought that forward. We're all, struggling with how to reconcile this. I was also impressed with the fact at the time that CARP Growers was in favor of a change, and I appreciate Supervisor Nelson's point that we should include industry and helping to determine what this change would be. But revenues are down, and I know that they're down across the state, but I believe we're the only ones doing it the current way. And I took note of the conversation last year that the majority of the board said, let's stay with status quo because we're going to learn a lot from the audits. And for legitimate reasons, we haven't yet, as far as my understanding goes. And so to me, that's just another piece of this, that it's really hard to audit. It's really hard to get this kind of information that would make a more informed decision to stay with Grocery Street. So I definitely support a change in direction. Thanks.
Supervisor Hartman?
Well, I think it hasn't turned out how we had hoped, and I think we put a lot of faith in the track and trace system that the state would have, and that really hasn't panned out. And so we've been trying to shore it up with consultants and paying, I think it's $500,000 that we still don't collect from the growers, and I think we should, but it's a complicated system, and if I had to go back again, I would work much harder to make sure that it was transparent and simple. My office met with Harry Hagan and his staff, and they walked us through how difficult our one-of-a-kind tax system is, that at each step of a transaction, revenue is due, and people don't really know that, going from the nursery to cultivation, that's a tax due. So they have invested a lot trying to explain this, but I don't have a solution. I don't think there's a good answer. We've invested a lot in what we're doing. It's more complex, and I think, as Supervisor Nelson mentioned, simplicity and transparency would be much higher on my list of priorities if I had this to start again, because my hunch, what I hear on the street and from neighbors, is that there's a back door and a front door, and we're missing a lot from people who already have licenses, and that really bothers me, and how to clamp down on that. But I'm not sure. I mean, the acreage, I think, would be a way to do it. But at this point, it's not a clear path how to get there. So I'm really stuck. I wonder what a per pound looks like, because that wasn't an option that was really elaborated.
Well, I know the state went away from that because they had the cultivation tax previously, and they actually have forgiven that in exchange for pushing more towards the excise tax and their sales tax. But what intrigued me about the cultivation tax at the state level was that the state was tracking that, right? That was something that they knew what those receipts would look like. And so that was one of the reasons why I pointed to that. I want the state to be the auditors. I don't want Harry's shop to be the auditors. I mean, Harry does an amazing job, but, you know, he's got a lot of other work to be doing, and chasing these, these businesses down, and I don't think is the best use of funds, and that's one of the reasons why I've been trying to find something else out that might make sense. And hopefully this conversation the five of us are having can get people's, thoughts going, industry, advocates, opponents, about how do we make that work. So I'm interested over the next 13 months trying to find something that could potentially be on the ballot.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mendocino and Ventura also do, Brittany, don't they have the same tax structure we do?
Supervisor Lavanino, I don't know the details of the transfers,
Okay.
but
they're
YOLO,
on
Santa
gross
Cruz
sales.
are on,
Yeah.
YOLO and Santa Cruz are also on gross sales, yes.
Okay.
So
So
there
we're
are
not
other
the-
counties that do
yeah.
gross sales.
So I just wanted to make that clear, but so I do want to bring us back to one thing, and that is our consultant at the beginning told us it's going to be between 5 and 25 million, which I laughed at because I said, I think I could guess that we paid for that estimate. But over 5 years, it's generated $50 million. I don't know any other program that's generated that much. So I want to fix it. I want to get it right. I wish it was simple, and I wish it was an easy fix. But if anybody can do it, it's going to be Brittany and her team. So I have faith in her.
I don't want to impart a new issue in the 11th hour. It's not a new issue to Supervisor Hartman, because we are on the Library Ad Hoc Committee, but the Library Ad Hoc Committee's ask has been to pull a parcel tax for libraries. Now, if we went forward with a sales tax, that would probably be potentially not needed, but without it. So I want to see if there, it sounds to me like we still need some time into stakeholder meetings, industry meetings, and research for whatever we do on cannabis. So the question is, should we invest in some polling on parcel tax for libraries? And what struck me is that even Goleta was very interested in this, even when they already have a parcel tax for libraries. So specifically we've tried to include all cities. Not all cities have been at all meetings, but some of the cities are somewhat up to speed. The most up to speed is Santa Barbara and Goleta. I wanted to put that out there because if we give direction to staff to do a poll, it's going to kind of be unfortunate if we then 6 months later give direction to do another poll. It's much cheaper to do whatever you're going to do at one shot.
So this phone call is going to be, do you want a sales tax measure? Do you want, or
Yeah,
pick one of the above, I guess.
Well, in general, I guess I would suggest is put our priority in the motion. So if the pollster says, don't pull this many, we drop off whatever's the less of the last on the list. But I think there's probably possible to do a poll with 3 measures. I would say 4 would be really pushing it. And 2 might be the right number. But I do think that's why we want to give some direction so that staff can go out to a polling outfit and figure out what would be a reasonable poll, not to do exactly what Supervisor Hartman is trying to say, which is one that clinically looks at what the appetite of the public is and views of the public.
Supervisors and Chair Williams, I think we appreciate that, as much information as possible. But as you know, we to do a poll for November. We still have a year about, we would probably be doing it about this time next year. And so there's plenty of time, and we'd be really asking if you want us to go forward, whether we would allocate funding for that. And we had assumed about $80,000 to $100,000 for just a sales tax. So if you throw in the library, maybe 120.
Well, if the libraries were, we would also ask for money from the cities for it to chip in too. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to, there's so many different issues we've kind of gone over here. I'm not a big fan, to be honest with you, about the polling. I think that, and maybe it's just a philosophical point, that it just feels not right for me to poll the public on how to convince them to agree to pay more taxes. I think we represent the 450,000 people of this county. I think we can take some leadership positions and then try to go sell those taxes and assessments to the public. So I'm not a huge fan of the whole polling concept. I do see some of these assessments that are valuable. You know, I'm definitely struggling with the sales tax, but I really like the benefit assessment on the flood control. Definitely a lot of need there. Interested in reconfiguring the cannabis tax, and then to the library tax. I love to do that, especially I think that's an opportunity for us to potentially supplant the amount of funding that we're doing to libraries. Because, you know, what I asked earlier about was, you know, does the sales tax in cities go into serving people in the counties? Well, we actually use county general fund to give services to people in cities with the library tax. So I would actually love to have that tax that actually paid for libraries countywide and return those funds back to the cities and the counties so that we can have that general fund. I mean, that's a huge number. I think if we actually pull that back, it's probably bigger than what you were thinking on that committee, but that would make more sense and be more equitable, because, you know, that is a municipal service that the county has taken a larger burden on. I think some of those reports that we've done in the past have shown that our county's been very generous on per capita investment in libraries, because most counties will do that for their unincorporated residents, not necessarily their city residents, but we double up in our county. And so I think there's an opportunity there. Love for that to come back as another item, and maybe it's too much to do today. Actually, I think you're gonna have a ad hoc report back to the board next month. Maybe we can add that to that conversation.
I think that's agreeable, though I would correct you in that the analysis of the ad hoc is that we have one of the lowest funding of any jurisdiction that was researched, even though there is a portion paid by the county. In fact, you know, and it's precisely because most parts of the county, with the exception of Goleta, have no dedicated source of revenue towards libraries.
When we had that library report, I mean, what is it, 6, 8 years ago, it was a low number because of the way we calculated it. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of counties that give the per capita across their entire population, was my understanding. And I could be
that
wrong.
is a true statement,
I could be
but
wrong.
so is the fact that we collectively have one of the lowest library fundings. Whether you're talking about cities or counties, the only one that's even in the ballpark of decent funding is the city of Santa Barbara.
I'm glad to have that conversation during the ad hoc update. I think it's an important one for our board.
Great, then we will take a 5-minute break and then go for a final board discussion.
Supervisors,
Unless you
if
want a
you'd-
motion on this specific item.
No, what we'd like, if you could give us about 10 minutes, we typically do a summary wrap-up for your board. We'd like to do that first before you begin deliberation. So if you give us a little bit of time for Paul to finalize that, get the slides up, get them posted, we would like to give you the summary, and you can either deliberate right after that or go to closed session and lunch and then come back afterwards. Is it your pleasure?
We'll do your summary in 10 minutes, and then we'll do deliberation and then.
And Mr. Chair,
Closed
before
session.
we take the break, I just want to go back to the flood control item. So we talked about a special tax being 2/3 vote. Benefit assessments can be done a different way, and our current benefit assessment for the flood control district is done through, you do a mailed notice to the property owners, and they have a ballot, and then we hold a notice public hearing. You've done this before. And then there's a majority protest process. So it's sort of the opposite. Instead of the majority in favor, if there's a majority protesting then, or if there isn't a majority protest, then the board can pass the assessment. So I just wanted you to know there's a couple of different options of ways you could go with the assessments and
And
taxes
I
for
would
flood
expect,
control.
Mr. Rubalcaba, that it's the latter, the majority protest method that you're recommending.
I mean, I'd want to speak to county council and everybody else involved before I provide that recommendation.
Okay. Well, today, what we're asked to do as part of all of these is just to see whether we should allocate money towards polling.
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, we could look at both. If you're interested in that, then we could look at both options and then come back to you.
Thank you. 10 minutes. reconvening. We will be doing the board discussion for the budget workshop, but we'll first have a summary from Mona Miyasato and Mr. Clemente.
Thank you, Chair Williams. We've posted online and put before your board our budget workshop summary. And so this is going to just preface, give a summary and a wrap-up of what we heard over the last 3 days before your board begins its deliberation. So as we've said all along, we have a stable fiscal outlook for next year. We have revenues expected to meet needs. We discussed our 5-year fiscal outlook, and there's minimal ongoing and one-time remaining for department expansions, but there's no service level reductions. We talked about key challenges and emerging issues. As we said, cannabis tax remains volatile, and but we are continuing to make investments consistent with the board's priorities. And so again, this is the board's focus areas, and I'm not going to go through them, but you've heard aspects of this throughout the week. And thank you to Supervisor Capps. We included workforce and affordable housing as a focus area on the slide. So this is what we heard from your board during this past week regarding Health and Human Services, that you want us to come back post-workshops on where we are in workforce housing. On the Racial Equity Fund, again, we'll come back post-workshops on where we are in the fund and its uses. You talked about children's life expectancy and what kinds of coordination of services we could provide, and so we'll continue to evaluate if it's a local issue and continue ways to better integrate our services. And there's much discussion about the opioid crisis. We will continue and coordinate efforts that the many departments are already engaged with, and as you saw, Director Hamami has volunteered to lead a more coordinated effort for the county. On community resources and public facilities, we talked a lot about the storm impacts, and even this morning, you mentioned Guadalupe Dunes. We'll continue efforts with our federal and state partners and other agencies to assist the storm damage, continue with the set-aside for match and cash flow. We talked about rental assistance and continue to look for ways and other options to help renters. There was a request for the Isla Vista street lighting match with CSA 31, and a request for the Los Olivos public restrooms. There was no further direction or requests we heard on general government and support services. Regarding public safety, we heard a lot about the rural crime needs, and we'll continue efforts to work with growers on ways to address, and continue requests to city agencies for more assistance for a regional approach to the narcotics enforcement team. On policy and executive, we heard this morning to continue to work with Public Works to evaluate the storm costs and determine if the $14 million set aside is enough to assist for some of the needs that we're hearing in Guadalupe. On the special issues, maintenance and capital, the board talked about the 18% policy, and you requested that we provide an update on what it would take an annual contribution to update that numbers. I'm just telling the board it'll take us several months to put that together, and so we will have a work initiative in 23, 24 and come back to your board, but it won't occur, that number of what the amount would be necessary won't occur before the budget hearings. Capital projects list, we're seeking your board's affirmation of the recommended list or any changes to that, and that will be part of your board's deliberation. Special issues on the swap out of cannabis tax. We heard the board tell us to go ahead and proceed with our recommendation on the swap out. And on the special tax measures this morning, we heard the board asked us to continue research and developing a polling plan with a potential of November 2024 target, but really is to continue the research and get more feedback and information. On the flood control assessment, to explore polling in the Montecito area, which was Public Works' request, but also look at other flood control areas and if the new funds would help in those unique issues. Cannabis tax, to continue with our research and come back with different options for potential changes, looking towards November 2024, should we decide to make a change. And library tax, it was discussed that we will come back with further discussion when the ad hoc committee report comes back to the board, potentially add sales tax polling to the larger polling and request cities for contributions. So again, for your board's deliberation, we have allocated all the ongoing GFC already, and we did this to fulfill the board's policies and required cost increases, to balance department budgets, to prevent them from having to take service level reductions. We have reserves in year 2 and 3 of the fiscal plan to prevent or reduce impacts of potential deficits, cuts or layoffs in 24 and 25. and to not overextend our resources given the uncertainty of the state budget and a potential recession. We'll continue to work with the assessor on the final property tax roll and evaluate impacts from the governor's May revise. And again, these could have positive or negative impacts. And so as you begin your deliberation, we just want to remind you, and this was in the slides we said, we showed at the beginning of our workshops, there's one time available in general fund. That's the amount less capital. There's one-time Prop 172 for public safety needs, and there's some ongoing 172 growth for public safety needs. What we still have unknown are the state budget impacts. We'll know more with the governor's May revise, but the legislature may not know more until after October, when income tax receipts are tallied, and the property tax roll. So the assessor is continuing to work on the roll, and there won't be finality until basically July 1, but we're continuing to work with the assessor on refinement of our numbers. So funding options. For highest priority requests, you could direct my office to work with departments, and we can always recommend reductions to budgets to fund the requests. We can encourage non-general fund sources if they haven't already been evaluated, and evaluate if one-time needs can be used for limited term to set expectations and end dates, and we've done that in the past. Use one-time funds for expenditures for a limited time. You could also indicate to us your highest priority items today. And as we refine the tax roll, if higher property tax rates are estimated between now and either the May budget release or the hearings, and we find there's no significant state impact on the budget, we could include the items in the recommended budget or bring it to your board for hearings to the extent the funds would be allowed. And this would mean potentially deferring the future sub-out of cannabis expenditures for general fund, which we talked about, so in future years. The board may further consider unfunded remaining expansions at the budget hearings, which is our typical process. So as you begin your deliberations, I just want to pause here. Again, we don't want to spend one-time funds on ongoing needs. We've looked at using it for a limited term, but because we are still working on refining the role, I'm saying if your board could indicate to us today your highest priorities and let us work with the departments, work with the assessor to see if there is additional revenue, how we could accommodate it in our recommended budget or at the hearings, because we still have a little bit of time to work through those issues. So again, if you could indicate to us your highest priority items today, and then we can work on it in the next several weeks for the recommended or again for the hearings. And then after workshops, this is what we will continue to do, and that's to work with the auditor. Like we said, revise the discretionary revenue estimates, finalize expenditures, and then we'll complete the recommended budget for release in May, and then prepare for the hearings. And so again, our request today is that you provide direction. And again, regarding the special issues, we're asking for your direction on the capital projects that we presented. You've talked to us already on the use of discretionary revenue to sub out for the cannabis program, and you've given us direction on the tax measures, but we would still request your direction on the capital projects. And I think that's it. So if your board would like to begin your deliberations, you can. And again, we're asking for some confirmation on the capital projects list and then any high priorities you'd like us to look at between now and either the May recommended budget release or the hearings.
Supervisor Hart,
Yeah.
would you like
Chair-
to begin?
I just had a question first, and could we go back to slide 4? There was one other issue that I think is a big one, and that is mental health beds. I know that our behavioral wellness department is working on CARES Court and CalAIM and the impact of MHSA initiatives, as well as, a host of other issues. But I do think that for the future is something to come back, and we continue to make progress, but is it enough, at least?
Thank you, Supervisor, through the chair. Actually, we had that on the slide, and we took it off because it said, well, the board didn't have that discussion yet, and so we took it off, but we understand and we hear you.
Yeah, and I I said something about it, but I know that we were at a point in the discussion where, and I know you don't normally just put the stuff up if only one of us says something, but maybe we could. Yeah, it'd be pretty full. So I want to add my voice into the idea that we need to talk about that. And as I understand it, it's largely a staffing difficulty right now, but I still think that's important because there are strategies of how to deal with that. And I'm happy to, I think what the public talked about is a question about how this intersects with the CCP. And because I'm new to the CCP, I don't fully have an answer, but maybe I would pledge to bring that back to the CCP as well. Okay, board deliberations. Do you want to start there, Supervisor Harp?
Well, I'd be willing. I'm not quite sure if we go down the expansion request or go by fund. So I organized it by fund so I could add it up.
And supervisors, you could do that first, or I just still want to make sure we get to the capital list too.
Okay, well,
I will make sure people get to the capital list.
And I'll start that I support the list of capital projects for the reasons that I said earlier. It's a way that we're chipping away at our deferred maintenance. And I think that's a wise, prudent way to invest. My numbers don't all add up, but I just wanted to start with the Prop 172 unallocated monies, the ongoing funding. And so the highlights for me are the DA victim witness and the public defender LOP supervisor. I think those are absolutely essential.
I'm sorry. Are we going to have something to track this? I mean, I'm trying to write all this down, but I don't know.
So, no.
No? Okay.
So Supervisor, right now, I'm just asking for your highest priorities.
Right.
Because we're going to put a list together,
Okay.
and some of these may not be funded if we don't have enough revenue.
Got it.
So that's,
Okay.
but I'm asking to get a sense, and for you have a sense amongst each other what your priorities are.
Please proceed, Supervisor.
Okay, and the one-time discretionary funding, this gets tricky because this is our largest pot of funding, but it's only one time, and mainly our requests were for staff. So what I would propose is maybe see if we could fund it for 2 years. So the CSD electric transportation, the HR office professional senior, the CSD sustainable grant writing, the treasurer, the veterans for maybe 1.5 years. Supervisor Nelson asked if we need the full amount for the first year. The Orchid rent, I think, is important. The Los Olivos restrooms, at least for 1 or 2 years, is important. I think County Council, that was clear. I'd like to see Civic Spark because I think that's a lot of value for the money. And then the warming centers. So that was a big list. And then for the Prop 172 restricted, the DA for the 2-year new case management, the public defender for the 2-year racial justice, and then the DA for the parole hearing. And then I haven't gotten into the sheriffs yet. I think that'll require a broader discussion, so I'm sort of holding off on that.
And what you're saying in these cases for the one time, if it's a staff position, fund it for
2 years. And our CEO may not like that, so.
Just a point of clarification, our case management is just a 1-year ask. We plan on full implementation by April of the next fiscal year. So that is a 1-year ask.
You know what? Whenever a department head comes up and says, I only want half of what you just suggested, that is awesome. Golden. Golden.
And supervisors, a lot could change between now and even the recommended as we work more with the departments. Things mysteriously change and morph. And so, again, I would ask you just to give us what you think your priorities and let us work with the departments on how long, 1 year, 2 years, with limited funding or if there's any available funding through the, if we see any tax increases or property values increases.
And that was my list, and I have it in the different charts, if that would be helpful for Paul.
Who wants to be next? Oh, Supervisor Lavanino.
Okay.
Caps, we're kind of close, so
We'll-
we'll go, we'll take you next.
We'll probably share a lot of the same ones here. So, so I'm just going to be super broad, it sounds like, and just, it's going to be up to you to figure out, come back and figure it all out. So, Veteran Service Supervisor, I think that's and I understood Harry's got some things he can do, but I'm going to leave that to you. I'm curious why emergency shelters and warming centers, is that because of operations? I didn't know if it was one time. It's in ongoing, but whatever it is, I think we've got to continue with that.
Do you want an explanation of that?
Well, I'm assuming they didn't make a mistake, so it's
Yeah.
considered ongoing?
It is ongoing.
Okay, it's ongoing then. All right.
But we could allocate it once. So what it is we pay entities to take people under a certain number of beds every year.
Okay, well, to me, that's a priority. I want to take care of the Orchid Library rent increase. I don't know how we're going to do that, out of what pot. For me, and I won't go into a whole reason why, but we'll just say I support the public defender supervisor. I know she asked for 2. If we can afford 2, that's great. If we can only afford 1, I could go with that too. The district attorney, I think these are, for me, very high priority. It's the new case management, the victim witness, and also the parole hearing. Deputy district attorney. And then I agree with you. The sheriff's is almost kind of like its own animal because we've got to find something creative or different to do, and I'm not really sure how to do that in the context of no money. And so while I am supportive of the new incremental staffing approach, without any ongoing funding, that becomes very difficult to figure out how to do. So I would either say between now and when we get to the budget that we discuss this more, or I'll meet with the sheriff again and try to figure out a way that we can figure this out.
And if I might add, we've got the DSA also, and that's a big,
Absolutely. The whole, coming down between whether it's recruiting, retention, what we do there. And I know we've talked about it a million times, but it might be one that we have to wait to see what additional funding becomes available.
And can I just ask a clarification question to both you and Supervisor Hartman? On the libraries, the CSD asked, if my recollection was, for the ongoing to take up the increased cost of black gold. So are you saying Orchid Library only, or Orchid plus the black gold increase? That's between those two is a total of $75,000, I believe, Mr. Cromenti. Is that true?
but it's only listed, I think, as the Orchid Library, but.
Oh, they're both down there.
On one, it had both, and one it had, on the other side, it had different.
Okay, yeah, that's very low dollar. Then on the CIP
So
list, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Is that both? Are both of you saying both? Okay.
Yeah, and then the CIP list, I agree with the list. I mean, I do have concerns that where they're all located seems to be in one geographical area, but that's what needs to be worked on. That's what needs to be worked on. So I support the imperative, the essential, the important, and we'll see if we have any ability to do the desirable projects later.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, and bear with me if I don't get all of the categories and pots of money correct or the acronyms, but I will state my priorities here, and I just appreciated the staff work that went into every single one of these requests. Learned a lot these last few days. Hope the public did as well. And so going along with some of the requests that came from departments, highest priorities for me would be the DA victim witness, the fact that Domestic violence is up 31% in North County, is certainly very compelling. Public defender, we heard from the community about a need for more supervisors. The caseloads there has been certainly a very compelling reason to put support behind that. I've brought up lighting in Isla Vista as a top capital project for me, in addition to what's currently on the list. I believe Director McAlpin can confirm that we can take that out of CSA 31. Is that correct? Would you mind affirming that as we negotiate this? The total is 250. And at first we talked about a split, but it might make sense to do it all CS 31. I'd love your thoughts on that.
Sure. Through the chair, Supervisor Capps. Since the issue came up on Tuesday, Julie Hagan and her team did a deep dive in CSA 31. We have a $100,000 line item in there right now for miscellaneous safety projects, and that's usually concrete or lighting, so we could dedicate that to the enhanced lighting project out there, and then we have adequate reserve to cover the balance.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman made a good case, as did the public, for the porta potties in Los Olivos. I've experienced that need myself not too long ago. So let's see, just adding to the list here, I do want to talk about mental health beds, and I did see an item.
Can I interrupt you just a second?
On process.
On the porta potties, are you suggesting to fund the full amount?
I think we can, I think I heard Supervisor Lavanino indicate a yes too, but I think we can look at the amount and the number of years. I think we can have further discussions with the Chamber of Los Olivos.
Great.
Yeah, it wasn't on our original, I didn't see it on the expansion list, but I agree that it's a community hazard, so it needs to be taken care of.
Okay, sorry, please continue.
Well, I just wanted to flag on the, this is where maybe a question for later, but on the need for beds or the discussion around beds, I understand it's staffing driven, but there was a $2 million line item for design, and I just kind of wanted to fold that back into the conversation if we're talking about Be Well and the priority there. So let's see, I think that might have covered it. In terms of top priority, I'm also interested in public defenders, the racial justice attorney supervisor, the sustainability grant writer. Those sort of are at the top of my list.
Wait, tell me that again. The sustainability grant
was in CSD.
And the
the racial justice. I'm sorry, in public defender, the racial justice attorney supervisor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Going through the ongoing, and I think what I'm hearing from the CEO and the budget staff is that, yeah, we only have $800,000 of ongoing for Prop 172, but as they look at the different budgets of these different departments, see whether there's some maybe vacancies that can be moved around creatively, maybe deprogram a position and up-program another one, as well as what other potential other revenues are out there. So I know I'm going to say more than what's on that list, and I think we're all doing that, but I just want to understand, I appreciate what you're telling us here.
You're taking that mantle from me,
Yep.
Mr. Nelson.
So in no particular order, County Council, there's a significant amount of cost avoidance by doing a lot of the work that County Council has here. Yeah, it costs general fund money to do that, but I think we're going to get that money back in the future cycles as that cost allocation looks at. I mean, if we are going out to outside law firms charging $700, $800 an hour to do discovery, and we can have one of our attorneys doing that for $100 an hour, and that's really what that cost looks like. It's huge, and so to me, that's just fiscally prudent. I'm interested in probably one of my highest priorities is making sure that the Veteran Services has that supervisor position. I'm okay with, in this year, just making that the supervisor. We'll deprogram one of the regular positions, make that a supervisor, but I would hope in future cycles that we actually backfill that. So I know we're trying to be judicious with those dollars. District Attorney, Victim Witness, Case Management, Parole, all those are really important things. And
You're going too fast for me.
Sorry. So district attorney, all three of the expansions there, I mean, they seem essential. But I hope that we can look at budgets and see if there's other ways to pay for these, at least this year, and maybe phase them in over a few years. Public Works, one-time cost, I think that about that $750,000 to get to maintaining our PCI at 57. I think that we are so close. I think that we should be looking at one-time dollars to do that.
A question on that, because I agree. I thought it was one time, but it's in the ongoing. So does all of that then get pushed to
We will
ongoing?
figure that out.
Okay, so I do support that as
Because
well.
there isn't going to be enough ongoing, but we will figure that out. But the department put that in the ongoing because the 18% is ongoing.
Right. We're too close to the goal to come up $700,000
Yeah, I mean, if we can,
short.
if we can
And I
make it-
agree, I would support it too.
Yeah, I think we can make that up each year. Otherwise, really, it's debt financing, because if we don't do that, then we're falling further behind and passing that off to future generations, which is unacceptable. So that's on there. Community services, the library funding for ORCID rent, as well as the Black Gold seem reasonable. I don't think we really have a choice to Black Gold. I don't know what the alternative is if we don't fund it. And then I'm with Supervisor Lavanino on the public defender supervisor. Maybe we can do one supervisor this year and kind of phase that in over the next few years. But one of the things I do appreciate about the public defender, wherever she is that the 1.9% vacancy rate that she has in her department, we can't be as creative with her department because she's already got all the positions filled. And I think that's a really tribute to her and her staff. So those are my ongoing, actually my number one is sheriff. I think I'm probably a little bit more ardent about than others. I mean, we all appreciate public safety, and I know we're all advocates there. But I do know that we need to start to rebuild that department. And so I'm on board for the full narcotics team, as well as starting to hire back on some corrections deputies and patrol deputies. I know that's a problem because we don't have those positions filled, and when we create those new positions or new uses, all we're doing is creating more overtime, which is a problem, and I don't know how we get our arms around it. But if we're going to get back to getting the staffing that we need to start to budget incrementally. And I think Prop 172 is a place to go. Sometime historically, over the last 5 or 6 years, there was an allocation of Prop 172 dollars. I really appreciate what the budget staff has done to kind of grab that back and make that more of our decision, not just a formulaic. But I do think we need to start shifting Prop 172 dollars back to the Sheriff's Department to solve some of these issues in that department as those revenues grow in the future. Capital projects, I already mentioned Guadalupe Dunes is a huge priority. I'm also supportive of Los Olivos bathrooms, but I'd also throw out there, because these are the unincorporated areas and I want to see the capital spent there. We have the same problem in Los Alamos, so I would, between now and budget hearings, I'd like to bring that up and see if that's something that we can begin to fund or help with in the future. IV lighting and the housing assistance programs that Supervisor Capps has been highlighted are important to me as well. As far as the capital projects we have, the CIP projects, I love that we're spending this money on capital and maintenance, but it is frustrating to look at this number and see 75% of it being in the South Coast. And I understand that we have a lot of infrastructure down here, we have a lot of need, a lot of aging facilities, but that's how it's been for the last couple of years. And so, right now, the numbers I looked on that list, only about 10% of that was for North County, 15% of it was in the Mid County, and 75% of it was in the South County. I think all these are important projects, so I'm not trying to single anything out or pull anything out particularly. I think that's something we need to work on, and I hope for in future budgets when we have capital projects. It's not just fixing things that are broken. We've underinvested for 40 years in these unincorporated areas in the North County. So sometimes it's fixing something in the South Coast, but it's also building something new in the North County. And that's not just buildings, public buildings, it's also infrastructure, traffic circulation, parks, libraries, community centers, things that need to be invested that have never were invested in the past. So I want to thank the staff for putting the ORCID library in there. A couple other ORCID projects that I would like to see potentially end up in there is some Clark Avenue improvements. That's on the Public Works list, as well as Laguna Sanitation is trying to move forward with the recycled groundwater injection project. And about $300,000 would go a long way to start moving that project forward. And how I would pay for that, because I'm trying to find solutions here, is the Modoc Road multi-path trail for $1.1 million. We still have that $1.5 million that we set aside 2 budget cycles ago for South Coast Trails. That seems to be an appropriate use of those funds. I don't know if it's earmarked for something else. I'd love to hear from staff if it is. If it's not, that seems to be a good spot. And that would free up some almost $1.2 million where we could spend that on bathrooms in Los Olivos or in Los Alamos, as well as some of these other improvements. So that would be my suggestion for staff. And that way we're not taking away from anything. We're just kind of growing the pot. We're using one of our reserves, but that was a reserves that was allocated for specifically for South County Trails. It sounds like something if we fund that we get 4 times that much money from the state. So it's really important to complete that path. But I think that might be a solution to be able to do more North County projects would be to fund that elsewhere. So those are my items.
Supervisor Capps?
Thank you, Chair Williams. In my haste, Supervisor Nelson just reminded me of a top priority of mine. I recognize we have a lot of pressures on us, but housing, I would argue, is perhaps our biggest crisis. We had, as evidenced with a mass eviction in Isla Vista, but it's impacting every district. Renters are suffering. We have some of the highest rents in the country, and I would just indicate a desire for creating a fund in lieu of after ARPA funds have dried up. Renters are really suffering. There's creative ways, like the city of Santa Maria has security deposit assistance. If we could do acute one-time support, I believe, and I would be committed to matching or attempting to match from philanthropic dollars if we created a fund, as other municipalities have just recently here, and be really surgical about, have staff come back to us with the best ways to support our lowest income renters in every corner of this county. So I just add that to my priorities as well. Thanks.
Okay, I'll put mine down and then see if I can help summarize. I agree with you all on the DA victim witness. I agree with that I think both LP supervisors should be funded, we all agree that there at least one should, and then we've got to figure out whether 2 will. The transportation is in CSD, the transportation electrification position. To me, if we don't fund it, we're really not taking it upon ourselves to do the cheapest way to achieve our climate goals, which is the best bang for the buck, being the transportation. I want to support HR's Office Pro, the sustainability grant writing, the veteran position, the libraries. And my one does add up in math. I'm just the restrooms, the county council position, the Civic Spark position, the pavement index, the Warman centers, the DA case management, which is a one year, the racial justice position in the public defenders. I have that down under 1 year funding, so I would put 2 or ask Mona to figure that one out. And then the parole hearing position I have down under 1 time because I couldn't make the math work under ongoing. I obviously think that CSA 31 is an appropriate use for the lighting request. I agree that we should try to fund a North County project and add that to the CIP. I don't know if we should be messing with the other funding formulas. So I would just say that, I mean, particularly the Laguna Sand one is totally like doable. It's 300 grand. We should just add it and find some money in a shoebox between now and June and fund it. But that's, and the you know, and if we have other available one times, the clerk. Yeah, I know you. I know. On sheriffs, what I did is I just, you know, put aside half of the Prop 172 growth and you know, like, and a third of the, a little more than a third. I put aside for, you know, 520 of the one time, which I calculated to be enough to fund various different things, but, you know, enough to do the DNA machine, which I think is kind of like, that's pretty good bang for the buck. 2 ongoing narcotics, 2 one-time narcotics positions, and 2 SSTs. And the reason why I bring up the SSTs is that Chief Wasilewski is using them effectively in the jail, and we're so short-staffed, and we actually can hire them. So I just don't understand why we wouldn't be if we're going to add positions, why we wouldn't be adding SSTs instead of positions that I don't know are ephemeral. But what I would suggest we do on the sheriff's staff is just pack away some money and figure out what to do with it by June, but not make determinations on what to use it for at this time. That would be my suggestion, because I feel like there's enough different opinions going on out there. So let me, anybody want to adjust anything? Supervisor Hartman.
I just had 2 issues that we didn't really talk about the arts funding. Is that coming back in some other context?
You'll have a discussion about the 1% arts policy, and then I believe there was a BIF about the Office of Arts and Culture. And they are going to come back, yes.
Okay, so that's coming back. And then in terms of the rental assistance, I would be very supportive of setting some money aside and then looking at this in more detail, what a program would look like. I mean, is it more effective to give more money to legal aid? Is it better to give money directly to people? It seems like a toothpick in the dike. And it's a new area for the county, and I wonder if we have any, we went in here with ARPA money, whether we have any ARPA left over. I think it's such a critical issue. I know that houseless families have risen by 47%, and talking to Director Navarro, she said this is where trauma starts, with homeless kids, and so therein, you know, lots of other problems arise. But exactly what's a smart way to go about this and that is sustainable, I think merits a more in-depth conversation. So that's what I would like to see.
And I didn't actually mention that one because it wasn't on the list, but I would also support that. I think, you know, my math when I did it with my priorities indicated that that there would be enough for a few $100,000 in my math. So I'll support that. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to talk just for a second about a BIF that I'm going to be putting in for June. And this has always kind of been interesting to me. So we go through the budget cycle and we have 4,700 employees, I guess, somewhere around there. And every year we hear from department heads, they have like one or two positions that, and it feels like up here, you hear it and you're like, okay, if they don't get this position, this county's gonna freaking crumble, right? And then you gotta kick back and go, wait a minute, we already have a whole city full of people working. We can't be dependent on this one position. But they all, you know, and like I said, they all make sense, and we're all trying to figure out priorities. I'm wondering, and Tracy obviously only has a 1.9% vacancy rate, which is awesome, but I know there's other county departments that have a considerable amount of funded vacant positions. I'm gonna be putting in a request to find out how many of those exist in the county that have been open for over a year. They've been funded, they're vacant, they've been out for over a year. They might not even be advertised. And what I'm going to look for in the future is if you're bringing in an expansion request and you have funded vacant positions, let's make a swap. I mean, if it's that important, it should be filling something that you're not doing right now. And I know for department heads, it's hard because you want to juggle and you want to have those open positions because then you have salary savings and it lets you have a little bit of flexibility. But the reality is, and this takes me back to a few years ago when there was a position that I got sold on that I was so excited about, and then I found out a year later, we hadn't even never filled it, you know? And it was like, we got to have this. And so I worked all the math out and was like, all right. And then that position never got filled for over a year. And so when resources are as tight as they are, we got to make critical strategic decisions. And we can't just be piling on. We have to, and I'm sure department heads are doing their best, and I know these all get vetted out through the CEO's office. But I just putting department heads on notice that that's what I'm gonna be looking for in the future, is if there's an expansion request and you have funded vacant position, I wanna know which one's more important. So if you have 200 employees or 600 employees in your department, there's gotta be a couple of them that you have funded vacant that you're not using, and I understand why you have them, but kick them back and we'll provide this other position for you.
Supervisor Lavanina through the chair, if you'd like to make that a direction, we can do that, but I'd like to hear the board give us that direction so the department heads are, it doesn't mean that they won't get the expanded positions, but we're, to have everyone go through that exercise is important.
In case you didn't know, so I'm excited about that idea. Mr. Nelson.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to come back to my proposal to get more capital in the North County. Is there a problem with using the South County Trail money that was set aside for the MODOC trail match? I don't know if I had heard an answer on that. Is it already dedicated to something else? Do my colleagues already have it earmarked for something else and we don't want to use it on that? I just would like to have that discussion. It seems appropriate use for that. So trying to understand that.
So Supervisor, just to make sure everyone's on the same playing field, because Supervisor Capps is new, could you show the slide that shows what the amount of money is? So just to recall that a few years ago, the board allocated some additional cannabis money towards a North County and a South County fund, basically. And she's pulling that up. And what you did today on the swap out is we're going to be making sure there's enough general fund for that and not cannabis revenue. And so the question, let's have Reese pull that up. So just to make sure everyone is on the same page about what that fund is and what's there. And then, so if you see in the middle, the general county programs with the asterisk, Park Trails and Open Space North County was 2 million, Park Trails and Open Space South County was 1.5 million. And so that's what's available. And Mr. Lindgren is here. He can talk about what was CSD's plans, or have any of that money been allocated?
You did.
Good morning, Chair Williams, supervisors. Thank you for having me this morning. We have identified about $9 million in unfunded projects in the South County that could use trails and open space funding. We have a plan for this year to begin to use some of that funding for projects in the South County. There is also money in the North County that's not a point of this discussion. Some of the projects that we've been looking at are being prepared should the Gaviota Marine Terminal become available for acquisition. There are projects in the Montecito area, community connector trails we're looking at. There are also community trails in the Goleta area that we're looking at funding and getting those built. And the focus of a lot of this funding is really to accomplish a lot of projects that have been identified in community plans and on the books for several years, sometimes 20 years, and try and accomplish some of those projects that were part of the existing community plans. Have we expended all of that money in the South County? No, we have not. We did utilize some of that for the countywide recreational master plan. So there's a chunk of that money that has been used of the 1.5 for South County. And then we have plans for much more of it.
And supervisors, just to, Paul is saying that the 1.5 still is unallocated, although as Mr. Lundgren said, CSD has ideas how they would spend it. The money for the master plan was coming from a different source.
It was actually the same source, and I don't recall exactly off the top of my head. I want to say the original allocation was 2.5 million or 2.25 million in the North County and 1.75 million. They have spent some of that. The 2 million here and the 1.5 million for North and South, that is unallocated, hasn't been spent, and is not currently programmed for anything. So they've spent a little bit of it, and that's not on this chart.
So for me, there's $1.5 million there. That's for a project that's ready to go right now. Matching dollars is going to turn $1.5 million, 1.1 into 5.5. That seems like the right source. And these things that Mr. Lindgren's bringing up are all great projects that we'll want to fund. But once they get shovel ready to us, we'll make some allocations for it. That money's been sitting there for 2 years and hasn't been allocated. And this is the first project that really makes sense to plug into that. And so that's where I thought that would be a good opportunity for this board to still fund the MODOC multimodal path, but at the same time be more equitable in our capital spending throughout the county. Again, when it's hard for me to go back to my constituents and say 90% of the capital that we're going to spend is outside of the North County. We keep having these conversations, and somehow that's okay. It's a problem, and so
where would you spend it? Remind me.
So I've talked about, again, more money for the Orchid Library and Community Center, bathrooms in Los Alamos, parks in Vandenberg Village, Laguna Sanitation, wastewater injection recycle program. We've got projects in North County. Our focus, and I think rightfully so, has been to try to fix some of the things that are aging infrastructure down here. But we have to be a little bit more balanced about what our investments are with our capital. I mean, if you look at the CIP and the unfunded projects, just in the Orchid Community Plan, or Los Alamos Community Plan, there are tons of projects that are unfunded in there that are just kind of on the dream list. We need to start pulling those out and start investing in those. And so those are things that I'm trying to, claw back, another $1 million so that we can spend some money in the North County. I think that's very reasonable considering the expenditures. If you look on this list, I mean, it's really easy to see what the investments are, and those are all good investments. But even the energy efficiencies, I believe that's 80% South Coast projects, 20% North County projects. So you got the Cajuma Lake and Vets Hall and Lompoc that represents about 15%. It's just not spread out, I think, appropriately, and it's my job to point that out and see if we can't look to doing that. And I thought I brought a solution to this by saying, hey, we can go find other funding. There's already money there in a reserve to do the MODOC trail. I'm not asking for a third split or a half and half. I'm just trying to make it a little bit more balanced.
Well, I for one, I think first, Bob, I appreciate you not just coming with an ask and not with a solution. But I think there's at least 3 votes against this source. Am I correct in that? So,
wow.
Can I make a suggestion? Because you bring up an important point. Though I would say that if we're taking care of our oldest infrastructure, it's going to naturally if we were being perfectly fair, be skewed towards the south because we have more facilities
I
here,
acknowledge
larger
that.
campus, all that sort of stuff. But I think, that you know how these budgets work. At the end of this year, there's going to be more one-time monies available. Maybe as soon as the time the final budget comes to us in June, but somewhere between June and, those third quarter reports, there's going to be more money available that we could allocate for one time. Takes a 4/5 votes so that usually we don't allocate them. But my suggestion would be that we attempt to pre-budget. If there's a million or less more one-time funds that show up in this fiscal year, it automatically goes to North County CIP list, with Laguna Sand being the first, and then just going down the list.
So, with all due respect, and everybody, Doss is my friend, so I'm gonna say this as gently as I can. Hey, North County, you can have some scraps at the end. That's the message to my constituents here. That's what I'm hearing, and that's really frustrating to me. Again, I'm trying to respectfully try to bring, some ideas to the table. I've done that consistently, but, at some point, it doesn't make sense. And we've got a lot of constituents that live up in north of the tunnel that have this problem. It's a 40 or 50-year-old problem. We make equity statements, we talk about it, and then, it comes to actually spending our money, which is usually our values document, and it's the priorities go in a different direction. I know that that's a frustrating thing for me up here as a supervisor.
Well, I think you are well-placed saying that the North needs more, but you're attempting to undo a deal that made us be able to come together on parks and trails, and a deal that the North got more money than the South did on that.
Actually not. I was the only supervisor not to take anything on that one, by the way, guys. We gave $1.5 million for DOS, for South County Trails. We gave, $2 million for Foothill Forever. We gave $2 million because Joan asked for it for, it was really good San Ynez trails that we were trying to look at there. You were north of the tunnel.
And then
we
we
gave
did the
$1 million
ball
for
field.
the city, and then
$1.5 million.
$1.5 million, City of Santa Maria for golf, or for soccer. And then we deferred the conversation about the library I was working on. And then when it came back to revisiting those funds, we didn't have those funds anymore. So I was the chair at the time, it was 2 years ago. And so, yeah, I'm not trying to rework the deal. I'm just saying that's a smart way to spend those dollars. If we can find it somewhere else, that's fine. End of the day, my point is we need to be spending more money in North County. And so wherever that comes from, I like to see in our final budget in June some significantly changes to the capital investments, maybe way more equitable.
Supervisor, did you want to add something?
I just want to say this is an important discussion to have, and just to Supervisor Nelson, and Jeff is here, the staff, maybe we're just too much of technicians. We're looking at these criteria of imperative essential, and I know there's some squishiness in all of that, but I don't think there's any intention not to fund North County projects. So that's one thing. And right now, the board, you passed some budget policies we bring to you in December, talking about things. We don't have anything by district. You could tell us to divide up the money by district. It's not the most efficient way of doing it, given the pot isn't that large, but that's something you could think about if you want a more transparent and some sort of expectation about how and what gets funded. So those are different things that we could do. And I think that we could keep a running tab of what is funded where. One of my earlier slides, I say this at the risk of angering a couple of board members, but one of our biggest projects that we've continued to fund is in the North County Jail, and that has been in Santa Maria. It's something we had to do, but that has been a lot of resources as well.
Cost half as much as the South County Jail.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I really appreciate the point that Supervisor Nelson is making I tend to think of it as separate issues. That is, we need to invest in new kind of urban services, parks, libraries, community centers, public spaces for North County, trails, and that's desperately needed. I think we also have most of our built infrastructure, this building, the courthouse. I mean, we're headquartered largely down south, and so those are needs we can't really ignore. But I think we need to consider more intentionally how we get better services to the unincorporated areas. It used to be that you could incorporate if you wanted more of these services, but now you've got to pay your own way if you're a city. And an area like Orchid, an area like Vandenberg Village, there just isn't the revenue that they can ever be self-sufficient. And so that, I believe, means we have to rethink what the county's responsibility is for their quality of life. And so I think it's a bigger issue than simply capital projects. And I'm grateful to you for pointing it out. And I think it is something we really need to consider, because the things you're talking about create community, they create resilience, they create a sense of belonging. They're really, really significant. And we are disproportionately invested in South County in those kinds of things compared to North County.
Supervisor Lavanio.
Thank you. And I hope, I mean, first off, I appreciate you fighting for what, you feel like you're not getting. I don't want our staff looking at, who's getting what and coming with recommendations based on geographical breakdowns or district boundaries. I look at that list and like, all right, do we need asbestos abatement, phase 2 in the Santa Barbara Administration Building? Yeah, then let's pay for it. I don't think they're making up stuff that doesn't need to be done. And I have to say, that last go-round, last year's budget cycle, was the best North County's. I mean, we had a haul out of the ARPA funds. The ability for me to give $1.5 million to the city of Santa Maria for soccer fields, which, by the way, aren't anywhere close to being built. And maybe that's going to come back at some point. Maybe that $1 million comes back. And $2 million for future trails. That was huge. And these things go in cycles. I want to get fixed the stuff that needs to get fixed, wherever it is. But I think Joan brings up the biggest point, is that what has lacked for the last 40 years or 50 years in this county is a complete lack of investment on open space, trails, those things that make a community in the unincorporated areas of Santa Barbara County, especially in North County. And so, I think your constituents will understand that, you're the bulldog that's going to be on this and going to hold everybody's feet to the fire, that we're going to get our fair share. So I just hope we can all work together to make that happen. And I appreciate the fact that you come with solutions or a proposed solution.
And I want to make sure I'm clear. I'm not looking for perfect equity. I've often said that we're a team up here. We're 5 people representing 5 different districts, a lot of different areas and constituencies. And I think there should be give and take. And that's absolutely what I expect. I am, like I said, I'm concerned about going too many cycles without some take. And so that's where I'm going to keep advocating for it. So I will be a broken record up here. And I appreciate the conversation and you guys giving me the opportunity to have it. And hopefully that can educate all of our decisions moving forward. And maybe we get back to June and there's some opportunities for some investment.
Well, I, for one, will be looking for an opportunity in June to do more North County CIP projects. I do want to say that some projects, just like you guys don't count the Northern Branch Jail in your math, the Be Well isn't for just South County; it's for the whole county. It's dicey to parcel it up in that way, but it doesn't mean that you're not right that we should do more in the North County. Okay, I'm going to just try to summarize for staff. If I got your vote wrong, tell me, okay?
Chair Williams, I don't think we need to go through the list. I think Paul has it of going through what we heard. And at this point, we would just wanted to get your input. Let us continue to work on the list.
After a lot of public health hearings and appeal languages, I just want to just do it real fast, okay? Just make sure that Paul and I have the same numbers, okay? Is that cool?
And again, board members, on the numbers, I just want to make sure the departments know this list of where there's consensus, at least 3 board members, doesn't mean you're going to get these expansions or requests. I just want to be everyone clear. That doesn't mean it. You're just saying what the board's highest priorities are of the things mentioned. Thank you.
So I have 5 people down for the DA victim witness under ongoing Prop 172. I have 5 for the LOP supervisors under 172, though 2 of those 5 are for 1 position, and 3 of those 5 are for 2. I've got 3 for transportation electrification and 3 for sustainability grant writing. I've got, I think, 4 or 5 for veterans. I'm not sure which, but I don't think that matters. I've got 4 or 5 for libraries. I've got 4 for the Los Olivos restroom. I have down 3 for tenant assistance, though not specific on the amount. I only have 2 for the HR Office Pro Senior. So that was me and Joan. If anybody else, if I didn't get them, tell me now.
Yep, that was on my list.
Oh, okay, so that would be 3.
Yep, thank you.
So that's the reason why I'm doing this. Okay. So that's 3 for the HR Office Pro. The county council position, I have 3. In Civic Spark, I think I only have 2. Pavement Index, I have 4. Warming Centers, I have 3. Did I skip libraries? Libraries, I have 4. Okay. Case management and the DA, one time, I have one time 172. I have 4 votes for that one. Racial justice position and public defenders, I have 3 votes. And for the DA position, parole hearing, I have 4. I have very big asterisks for sheriff department, and I don't think we have consensus on how to handle that yet. But there's some money left over in the 172 to deal with that. Paul, did I get that consistent with what you got?
Supervisor Williams, yes, you did.
Well, Chair Williams, I believe I heard 4 for IB lighting out of CS 31.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Good, absolutely. Is that good? Do you have what you need? Everybody got what they need. Okay, so we are done with our open session for today. Go ahead.
Just one more. So thank you, board members, for that. That's helpful. We will work with departments. And again, what I heard Supervisor Lavanino request was we look at departments' vacant positions as well to see if there could be any, if any new positions could be provided through their vacant position. So we will do that. And before we leave, let's see. Do you have that, Reese? Okay. Before we leave, I want to thank all our departments for all their work in the last, several months on getting this together. And we have a quick 1-minute presentation that puts all their quotes together so we can leave on a more positive note. And so go ahead. So thank you, Sarah, and my department, as well as Kelsey. So thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you. I think we just violated our rules of decorum to celebrate the video. But can I get a motion on staff recommendation that's A, B, and C, D, and E?
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And then we go to general public comment. Is there any general public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on general public comment today.
Okay, then we will go to closed session. Do you wish to preview closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In closed session today, the board has 3 cases of existing litigation. Murray versus County of Santa Barbara, which is a United States District Court, Central District of California case. Inmates of Santa Barbara County Jail versus Sheriff, which is a Santa Barbara Superior Court case. Joyce Studley, Santa Barbara County District Attorney versus County of Santa Barbara, a Superior Court case. And we also have anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation, 1 case based on the facts and circumstances listed in the agenda. And I believe we could make it back by 2 or maybe a little before.
We'll be back here. closed session. Please report on closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 3 cases of existing litigation: Murray versus County of Santa Barbara, inmates of the Santa Barbara County Jail versus Sheriff, and Joyce Dudley versus County of Santa Barbara, and 1 case of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation, 1 case based on the facts and circumstances in the agenda, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. We are adjourned to Tuesday, May 2nd in Santa Barbara.